Again, we'd like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Pasquale Swanner from Waco, Texas. Their family raises Brahman cattle for 60 plus years. He's the secretary and treasurer of ABBA, and he has a master's from Sam Houston State University and currently works for AgriLife Extension Service. And congratulations in Class 2, your red embryo produce of dam. First place will go to back number 319, Jeremy Lowen with Lady L. Rivka Rojo, 195. In second place will go to back number 312, Razorback Farms with CT Madame Boudreaux, 1115. We will now look for Class 3, red Get a Sire. Well, congratulations in your red Get of Sire. First place goes to back number 314, Rich Cattle Company with LB Sir Miles Manso, 32.5. We will now bring in Class 1, your gray produce of dam. And congratulations, first place to go to back number 306, Bethlehem Bishop with MDS Lady Reload. We'll now bring in your Class 2 gray embryo produce of dam, 2 entries in this class. And congratulations in Class 2 Gray Embryo Produce of Dam. First place will go to back number 309 V8 Ranch with Miss V8 293.8. And second place goes to back number 321 Joyce Custom Fitters with Lady H Eva Manso 763H. Now in the ring will be Class 3 Gray Get of Sire. After this class, we will roll right into our red show. And congratulations in Class 3 Get of Sire. First place will go to back number 308 V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 386. We are now going to go into your red female show. We'll be starting with Class 1 Summer Heifer Calves. These calves are born between July 1st and August 31st.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in Oklahoma to judge the Brahman show this morning that we have. We've got a good set of heifers that we're starting our first class off with the Brahman show. I think when you look at these heifers, there's a lot of differences in take and kind when we see them. The female that really comes out here to me today and puts it to the top is the heifer I've got in first. I think when you look at her, you like the substance of bone she brings to you. She's a little greener in her conditioning, but she's a female with some substance about her. She's got some depth of body and rib about her when you look at her today. She's strong throughout that top when you look at her. She's a female, I think, has got a lot of quality about her and going to be a big broody type individual. We change up types when we come to the next heifer. I think she's a heifer that's real pretty. She's real eye appealing today when we see her. I think when we look at her today, she doesn't drop down with all the overall depth of the heifer that's in front of us, but I think when you look at this female, she's got a lot of good quality, a lot of good balance about her. We come to the next two females that kind of pair up nicely when we see them. Some females we might just want to change up, make them a little stouter behind that heart girth when we see them today. Drop them down, they get a little tubular and they're making kind. The heifer that comes up in the lineup next is that long fronted type individual. I think for me today, I just like to change her over that hip when we see her today, get a little straighter off that top and a little stronger behind that hump.
Well, congratulations in our first class of Red Brahman Summer Calves. First place is going to go to back number 110, Bethlyn Bishop, with 4N Miss 421. Second place goes to back number 246, Jeremy Lowen, with Lady L. Rihanna Rojo, 434. Third place goes to back number 188, Herzog Cattle, with Miss TC Tessa, 130. And fourth place goes to back number 154, Razorback Farms, with RF Razorbacks Abigail. We will now get started with Class 2 Red Late Spring Heifer Calves, born May 1st through June 30th.
We come to this class of Brahman females, and I think you've got some differences in type and kind when we look at them as far as looking at them for a breeding standpoint. We sit out here in this top pair, and I think, as y'all can see, I think they pair up quite easily. You've got really a neat type female that's in first place. She's clean fronted. You like her hump placement. She's got some style about her. She's straight in her lines when we see her today. She just comes out there and I think wins the class for me as far as performance. And what we see is what we get in this heifer. And saying the same comments as a heifer that's in second place, a heifer that's not as strong and stout, I think, in that hump placement and type and kind when we look at her. But I like the hip in this female. She's got some natural muscle and thickness throughout. She's clean in that underline. She's long fronted when we look at her. We get to the next heifer, a female that's different in this class. She changes up the type and kind when we look at her. She's a deep-bodied female, going to be an early maturing type female and very moderate in her type and kind. I just like to see her clean her up in that dewlap underneath that navel. We get to the next heifer in the lineup today. Gets a little, I think, a little narrower in her type and kind when we look at her as far as the structure she has. She's a female that's got some hip in her, but she gets those legs up underneath her. Doesn't quite explode out like the other females in front of her. We come to the next two females in the lineup today. We look at them. I think, as y'all can see, we just like to change up their structure and their function as far as when they're walking through the arena.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 Red Late Spring Heifer Calves. First place go to back number 248, Jeremy Lowen with Lady L. Rosalina Rojo, 427. Second place go to back number 166, Double A Diamond Ranch with DADR Lady Anya, 30. Third place goes to back number 153, Keegan Valerto with JLCS PCC Maria Reno. Fourth will go to back number 184, Herzog Cattle with Miss HC 127.0. Fifth place goes to back number 137, exhibited by Hagen Mullion. And sixth place will go to back number 212, Trailby Golf. Now in the ring will be Class 3 Red Spring Heifer Calves, born between April 1st and April 30th.
In this trio of red females, I think we're starting our class off with a female that kind of wins it handily for you when she walks in. The weight per day of age she has, the boldness of ribs she brings to you. Really a female that's got a lot of good qualities about her when you see her. The depth of body she brings to us. She's really got a long hip in her when you look at her at that standpoint, and drops down that lower quarter with some natural muscling and thickness about her. Then we change up a type of female that comes up next, a nice female with some performance behind her. I think she's strong in that top when we see her today. I think when we compare the heifer in first, she just doesn't quite have the overall internal dimension and the balance of the heifer that wins the class. The heifer that comes up next is a female, just doesn't quite have the weight per day of age, a little greener in her conditioning with the other females, but a good line female with a lot of good structure about her. When we see her, I think with some time she'll move on up in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 3. First place to go to back number 152, Caroline N. Von Steen with JLCS PCC Aussie Roo. Second place will go to Razorback Farms with Butler's Pulled Isabel 2-0. And third place will go to Doucette Cattle Services with JBJ Steely Rhea. Now in the ring will be Class 4 Red Late Junior Heifer Calves, born between March 1st and March 31st.
A good set of females we have in this class of reds. I think when we get to these top pair, I think you've got two that really find each other as far as their top and body. When we look at them, they're both deep-bodied individuals with a lot of substance about them and depth of barrel. When we see them, the heifer that wins the class of females a little longer necked. I think she's got some substance of bone over the heifer in second, but really a broody type female with a lot of hind quarter natural muscle and thickness. When we start looking at her and analyzing her, the heifer that comes in second is a nice deep-bodied heifer, really pretty and feminine-headed. I think when we get to her, she doesn't come out as the hip of this heifer that's in first place today with the overall muscle and thickness that the heifer has in first. We come to the next heifer, a larger frame-type female today. I think when we see her, she's long-bodied, got some hip in her. She's a female, if I could change up anything, compare her To the other heifers today, I'd just like to see some more depth of body and overall rib shape when we see her. The next heifer which you come to is really a long-bodied individual. She's got some length of side about her when we see her. I think when we see her start on the move, she kind of gets a little harder behind that hard girth and doesn't walk on out and move as well as some of the other females. The heifer that pulls up the class is a little frailer maid type female. I think when we see her today, she's got some balance and style. I'd just like to see some substance of bone up underneath her to go any higher.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 of your Red Brahman Show. First place to go to back number 180, exhibited by Walters Livestock with Walters Eden Rojo. Second place goes to back number 227, Joyce Custom Fitters with HWM Lady Blaze Rojo, 37. Third place goes to back number 150, Jack Vonenstein with VF Miss Malibu. Fourth place went to back number 233, Paradise Islands Incorporated with Paradise Islands Miss Sunita. And fifth place in that class will go to back number 119, Greta Forster with Miss C. Ray 720. We'll now look for Class 5 Red Junior Heifer calves born February 1st to February 29th.
We're going to start the class off in this red Brahman class. A female, I think, is the most functional. She's the most fault-free when you look at structure and design. When we see her, she balances out well. I think she has a lot of good qualities to look at when we see her. She's good in that top line. She's good throughout those joints when we look at her today. She's got a good hip in her, and I like the breed character she brings to us when we look at that head, neck, and shoulder and hump placement. The next heifer that comes to us, you like her. When you see her and she stopped, she's a female that's got some depth of body and style about her. I think on one of those back toes, I like to straighten up a little bit on that left back when you see her on the move. She doesn't quite move out and just fresh and easy as a heifer off that front end when we see her. The next heifer that comes to us, the biggest, ruggedest female in the class. I think she's got a lot of good points about her. When you look at substance of bone, I think we need to change up some structure things when we see her, and I like to see her a little easier and a little stronger off those back pastures when we see her on the move.
Well, congratulations in Class 5. First place will go to back number 118, Greta Forrester with Paradise Islands Miss Kellyanne. Second place went to back number 165, YZ Farms with Miss YZ Noel 90. And third place in that class will go to back number 219, Leah Thibodeau with CT Sparkles Rhino 20-0. Now in ring 2, we'll look for Class 6, Red Early Junior Heifer calves born January 1st through January 31st. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve heifer calf.
Another good class of females in this red division. A good trio, I think, when you look at them. The heifer that wins the class, a big, broody, deep-bodied individual when we see her today. She's got a lot of muscling and thickness throughout when we see her in balance and style. I like that about her when we see her today in this. Out here in second, a heifer that comes to us, a heifer with some substance of bone. I think she doesn't quite have the balance of the other female in front of her today when we get to her as far as that lower hind quarter, but a female with some breed character about her, some substance of bone, and just a neat package when we see this female. The next female that comes to us is a more tubular type female. I just like to break her down and give her the overall depth of body and depth of heart as the females in front of her, but a nice, classy individual in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 6. First place will go to back number 149, Jack Vonenstein with CT Elise Papado 6-0. Second place will go to back number 179, Walters Livestock with Walters Brooke Rojo. And third place went to back number 133, Bailey Malone with Miss Hart BC 120. We're now going to bring all of your firsts and seconds in to select a champion and reserve champion heifer calf.
as we get out here in our KF Champion Red lineup, I think some top females, when we look at these 6 individuals, I think you'd be happy with any of them, taking them back and putting in your herd and whatever venture you want to do with that. We start out with the Class 1 female, like we said. She was green in her condition, but a heifer with a lot of substance of bone, and you can tell this female is going to be as big as you want them to get. She's got some substance, she's got some style about her, and some breed character. We come out of Class 2, like we said, she was a heifer that just put everything together. She was a classy female. She's long-fronted with a good hump placement about her. She's a female when she comes out. We just might want some more depth in this out here in this lineup today, but that'll come with time when we get her bred and on down the road. You come to the heifer in the middle, a big long-bodied female with a lot of good qualities about her. When you see her, she's strong in that top. A female today, when I get to looking at her as far as a breeding standpoint, I'd like to see some more pigmentation in that nose when I see her out here, as far as that when we see her on that lineup and look at her as far as a breeding program and piece. We come to the next heifer, really a deep-bodied individual that's got some depth of heart with substance of bone that you do like. She's strong in that top. She's kind of got a neatness about her when we look at her as far as overall lines and structure, and a big, powerful, just deep-bodied heifer also. If we come to the next heifer in the lineup, she came out of a class that just put it all together. She's a female with some good lines and some neat packages about her when we see her. She has some substance of bone, and you like the breed character she has. We come to the next heifer in this lineup today, another heifer with a lot of good quality. She's going to be a more moderate type female, early maturing, but a female with a tremendous amount of meat and bone structure when we see her. 2 females that really stick out in my mind in this lineup. I'll go select your calf and reserve calf. Congratulations to your breeders, and we'll get through the rest of the day.
Congratulations, your champion heifer calf's going to go to back number 180, Walters Livestock, with Walters Eden Rojo. Second place out of that class exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters. And congratulations, your reserve champion heifer calf's going to go to back number 149, exhibited by Jack Vonenstein with CT Elise Papado 6-0. At this time, we'll get started with Class 7 red late senior heifer calves born November 1st through December 31st. Well, we're about ready to get started over here in ring one with our Prospect Heifer Show. Your judge this morning is going to be Mr. Chad Breeding of Miami, Texas. Chad runs and manages B&C Cattle Company, where they sell 100 Hereford bulls and females annually. He graduated from Texas A&M and shows open Herefords and steers across the country. If you're joining us ringside, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Chad Breeding, your Prospect Heifer judge. We'll be getting started over here in ring one with class one of your Prospect Heifer Show.
I think we have a good set of red Brahman females in this class. When you get these two paired up, you do appreciate what they bring to you as far as breed, character, and substance. I think the female that wins the class, really an up-headed type individual. You like her hump placement, powerful in that bone and structure. I think when you see the width dimension going down that loin and top and going that lower hind quarter, she wins it for me. The heifer in second is a nice female with some substance. I think she quite gives up a little bit as far as hind quarter and dimension when we look at her in that standpoint, but a female that's got some good lines about her, really clean in that front end and that overall bone structure when we see her. We come to the next female. I think when we see her as far as her structure and type, she's a moderate female. She's a female that doesn't quite have the overall substance of bone and length of the females above her. She's a rib or two shorter in her body, but she's got plenty of depth of heart and overall top when we see her today. Depending on the judge, it might be a different way. We come to the next two females. Line up two nice females, one really a complete female that's got some length of body and style. She just doesn't quite drop down to give the overall mass of the females in front of her. The heifer that comes in the bottom of the class, a long-sided individual with some overall length about her. I think today she gets a little frailer made when we start looking at her from that rear view with the substance of muscling that the other females have.
Well, congratulations over here in ring two. Results of your red late senior heifer calves. First place will go to back number 178, exhibited by Walters Livestock with Walters Blake Rojo. Second place goes back number 161, Scanlon Cattle Company with CT Smokin' Babette 79. Third place goes back number 151, Jack Von and Scene with Paradise Islands Miss Bianca. Fourth went to back number 121, exhibited by Nathan Forrester. And fifth place will go to back number 231, Paradise Islands Incorporated. Now over here in ring two will be Class 8 red early senior heifer calves born September 1st through October 31st. Over here in ring one, we have our Prospect Heifer Show starting with Class 1. Your judge this morning, Mr. Chad Breeding.
a good set of females in the class that we have. I think when we get to the first and second here, there's some give and take. The heifer in first has got some length of body. She's a rib or two longer when we compare the heifer in second. She's a female, a little cleaner for that throat latch and underline, but a female you do like. She's stylish and got some eye appeal about her, and we do like that. The heifer in second's a deep-bodied female. I think we just like to extend that neck out just more and refine her up today when we look at her, but a female with a lot of substance of bone when we see her today, and you like the color female. We come to the heifer in third place. Really a neat female when you see her on the stance. When she gets up on the move, she wants to get up underneath herself and get a little choppy on that, but I like her substance of bone. I like her overall length of body. We come to the speckled heifer in second today, a nice eye-appealing type female. I think when we get her out here with the other females, we'd like to see more of her, some more structure about her when we see her in substance. A good class of females from top to bottom in this Brahman heifer class.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, first place of Class 8. We'll go to back number 160, Razorback Farms with CT Madame Marcia 19-9. Second place goes to back number 186, Herzog Cattle with Miss HC Hattie 121-9. Third place goes to back number 162, exhibited by Scanlon Cattle Company. And fourth place will go to back number 138, Hagen Bolin. Now over here in ring 2, we'll bring in Class 9, red late summer yearling heifers, born July 1st through August 31st.
As we look at this class, I think a female that comes to the top of the class when she walks in is a heifer we're using in first. Just a big, powerful female when you get to look at her across that top line. That loin she has in her, she drops down with some muscle and thickness throughout, really up-headed individual when we see her. Just a female that's really got a lot of good things when we look at her as far as a breeding piece. We come to the heifer in second, a deep-bodied heifer. When we look at her, got some length to side about her. You like the hump placement about this female. We have some substance of bone when we see her today. Just a female female with a lot of good quality and good things about her. We come to the heifer in third, really a female. It's a carbon copy of the heifer that's in second today. I think the heifer in second just has got more depth about her. When we look at her today, she's a little cleaner made in her overall makeup. We come to the heifer in fourth, a female that's really a broody individual. When we look at her as far as breed character, she's a female with good hump placement today. I think when we see her and analyze her, she doesn't quite have the internal dimension from Indian and the volume and capacity of the females in front of her, but a good class of heifers from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, class 9. First place is going to go to back number 147, Nicholas Vondenstein with Moreno Miss Lady Reagan Lee. Second place go to back number 169, Rich Cattle Company with J.R. Tammy Lou Manso, 139.9. Third place go to back number 170, also exhibited by Rich Cattle Company with J.R. Lucy Lou Manzo, 135.9. And fourth place goes to back number 196, Lauren Lucky with Miss Smeckles Schlucky. Now over here in ring 2 will be class 10 early summer yearling heifers born May 1st through June 30th.
A good trio of red Brahman females in this class. We're going to start off with a heifer on my far right, just a female I like. She's got some substance about her. She's got breed character about her when you look at her. She's got some natural muscle and thickness, and a female that just puts it all together in one package to me when you look at it as far as power and overall structure. You come to the heifer in second. She changes up a little type. She doesn't quite have the substance of bone of the female in first place, but a good clean-lined individual, deep-bodied heifer when we see her. I like that length of side about her. Really clean throat latch when you see her, neat in her appearance. You come to the heifer in third today, a nice profiling female. I think when you see her today, she gets a little bit tubular in her overall design. For me to go any higher, she's a female that's got some eye appeal when we look at her today, and she's strong in that top. But a good class of females, 3 females in this lineup, and 3 different types of females.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, class 10. First place is going to go to back number 160, exhibited by Bethelyn Bishop with 4N Rojo Rainbow 401. Second place will go to back number 187, exhibited by Herzog Cattle with Miss HC Vera 110-9. And third place will go to back number 163, exhibited by Scanlon Cattle Company. Now over here in ring 2, we're going to bring in all of your firsts and seconds and select a champion and reserve champion intermediate heifer.
An excellent class to start off our prospect heifer show with today. We have the lightest heifer in the class and the heaviest heifer in the class standing out here first and second. When you get to analyzing these two heifers, there's lots of similarities. They're both really, really cool to look at from a profile. They got lots of length and extension up that front end. When you get down and get to breaking it apart, the heifer in front's just a little bit leaner, of course, but I really like the way her shoulders are laid in at the top up there. I like the way her head comes out of her neck. She's really nice right through that bottom part of her rib cage right there. She's not as thick as the heifer in second, but she's probably a little more refined in her joints and gets out and travels really well on her feet and legs. The heifer in second's a heifer that you really have to appreciate for as stout as she is, and still the front end she has on her, just whistle fronted up there, really stout. A heifer that when you get in and analyze her, she's a little more open in her blade. She gets a little plainer right through that shoulder than the heifer that wins the class. A lot of that could be on the maturity level of these heifers. Anyway, that's how I see it today. The heifer in third is a heifer you really have to appreciate for the length of body. Probably the longest bodied heifer in the class. Really an up-headed heifer. Just doesn't have the depth of body today as the two right above her. She's a little flatter and a little plainer in that lower rib. Doesn't put it together quite as pretty up through that front end as the two on the top end of the class. Super up-fronted heifer, really, really nice female. The black and white heifer coming up next. This heifer really hits you when she walks in the ring. She's really got a lot of ring of presence to her. When you get to analyzing this heifer a little bit more, she's not put together through that hip and hind leg quite as well as some of those above her. She's a little plainer right through that real flank. Love the front end and the length and extension that she brings to the table. The heifer right behind her just gets a little plainer fronted, a little chubbier up through that neck. Heifer's a little plainer right through that center portion of her rib. Really sound, functional kind of a female, though. The next heifer in class is one when she comes in the ring and the young man's leading her is a heifer that's got a really nice presence to her. The longer he gets out here, she kind of gets her old head down. She gets a little straighter on both ends. She opens up in those shoulders just a little bit. I just like to pull her together a little bit more. The young lady's heifer coming next is just a little quicker in her pattern. Tremendously stout heifer, a heifer that just isn't quite as feminine as those above her today, but you really have to appreciate the pieces that this female brings to the table. The next heifer the young lady has is just a little plainer fronted. Really out here, she's a very nice female. She's not as showy as those above her today. You do appreciate her for her soundness, her structure, her depth of body, just a really nice heifer. Really green heifer right here, a little more tubular in her overall design today. We all know that this can change as they go ahead and mature out. Really cool fronted, really sound female. Excellent class to start off our Prospects Heifer Show. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Out for our lineup for our intermediate division on our red side, I think 4 excellent females that we have out here. We start with the youngest heifer. Like I said in class, really a powerful made individual from Indian. She's got some substance of bone about her. She's got some style and presence when you see her. Just a neat female. It's very massive in her design, but yet still stays very feminine in her type. We come to the next heifer in the lineup, a long-bodied individual, clean through those joints when you see her. She's a female when you compare her to some of the other females. You might just want to give her some more depth and a notch more bone in this lineup today as that standpoint. We come to the next heifer in the lineup. She is the longest bodied female in this class of a lineup, and when we have her out here today, she's deep bodied. She's got some boldness, a real internal dimension about her when we see her out here in this class. We come to the next heifer in the lineup today, a heifer that won that class just with overall depth of body she had. She had some substance of bone. A female, when we see her, we might just want to clean her up in that dewlap. We sit back and look at these cattle, and I think you sit back as a judge and you look at them as far as breeding pieces, the ones you would take home with you and utilize in your herd. And there's 4 females. They're good females, and you like them. And there's 2 out here that really stick out that I like. I'll select your your grand and reserve divisions. Congratulations to these breeders. They've done a great job. We'll select them at this time.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate heifer is going to come from back number 147, Nicholas Vondenstein with Moreno, Miss Lady Reagan Lee. Second place in that class exhibited by Rich Cattle Company. And congratulations, your reserve champion's going to go to back number 106, exhibited by Bethlehem Bishop with 4N Rojo Rainbow 401. We will now bring in Class 11 Red Late Junior Yearling Heifers. Over here in your prospect heifer ring, we have the results from Class 1, first place exhibited by Bailey Wilborn of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 9315, exhibited by Cooper Jantz of Greensburg, Kansas. Third place exhibited by Black and Vessel Cattle Company of Muleshoe, Texas. Fourth place went to back number 9296, exhibited by Charlie Jantz of Greensburg, Kansas. Fifth place exhibited by Kenzie Johnson of Dighton, Kansas. Sixth place went to Stature Peck of Cantu, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Naomi James of McAllister, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to Amanda Shoemaker of Canton, Oklahoma. And ninth went to also Amanda Shoemaker of Canton, Oklahoma. Now over in ring 1 is Class 2 in your Prospect Heifer Show.
Over on our red Brahman side, we have a single nature that comes to us, a moderate type female, I think, when we get to looking at her today, but a complete female. She's got some depth and body and balance and style to her, and we'll see how she comes out for our junior champion lineup.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. First place to go to back number 217, Joyce Custom Fitters, with CT Miss Rojo Frijo 19. Now in ring 2, we'll look for Class 12 Red Late Junior Yearling Heifers, born March 1st through March 31st.
Just pull it on right here. You'll get right behind Mike. In this class of females, the heifer we're starting the class off with, a large frame female. When we look at her as far as a breeding piece, you like her. She's got some bones. You like her big footage she's got in her. She's really neat behind that shoulder, up front of that head, neck, and shoulder region with some breed character throughout. When we see this female and some depth aside about this heifer. You come to the heifer in second. She's a different type when we look at her. She's got some depth of body and broodiness about her. I think when we look at her, doesn't have the overall extension and elongation of spine of the heifer that wins the class, but a neat female. A female you just might want to stretch her out and give her some more length of neck about her when we compare the heifer in first place. We come to the third place heifer. A female today, when we see her, just doesn't quite have the boldness of rib of the females in front of her. When you get to see her on profile, she's a neat made female with good lines about her. I just like to see more of her, I think, as far as overall depth and muscling going at 1/3 quarter. We come to the next two females in a lineup. We'd like to change up their type and kind. Females, you might just want to get a little more deep-bodied females to them. The heifer that's pulling up the class, you'd like to change up those front toes on her. But a good class of females from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. First place goes to back number 216, Joyce Custom Fitters, exhibited CT Lady Picasso 10-9. Second place will go to back number 139, Hagen Bullion with Miss Chaparral 175. Third place goes to back number 130, Doucette Cattle Services with JBJ Spacey Casey. Fourth place will go to back number 200, Jack Lucky with Miss Chaparral 174. And fifth place goes to back number 191, Samantha Mankey with Moreno Miss Lady Rutma. Now over here in ring 2 will be class 13, early junior yearling heifers born January 1st through February 28th. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve junior heifer.
A single entry that comes to us over in the Brahman ring. A nice female. She's complete when we look at her. She's got some muscle and thickness down that loin when we see her today. She's clean in that underline. An up-fronted type female. We'll see how she comes out for this junior division drive. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. First place out of class 13 is going to go to back number 105, Clancy Aber with Miss VF Ray Jude. Now in the ring, we'll be bringing in all of your first placings and select a champion and reserve out of your junior heifer division.
As we bring in our class winners for our junior division, a nice lineup that we have out. I think we talked about the single entry that came out first, moderate type female. She comes out here with a lot of good things. She's a female that's very balanced and overall eye appealing. When we see her and look at her today, she's got a neat package about her. We just talked to heifer that was a class of 3, a long-bodied female with a lot of good substance of bone about her, an up-fronted type female with good hump placement. We talked to a young lady single entry that comes out to us, a female with a strong top in her when we see her today, and it's got some overall substance and style and eye appeal about her. You sit back and just like I said in the last division, we go back as breeders, and I think there's some females out here you can do a lot of good things with, and as far as one that fits me and the type of cattle I like to see, it's going to be the heifer in the middle. She's going to be your division, and we'll bring our second place out for contention for reserve.
Over here on the prospects heifer side of the ring, Wow, what a class. There's a lot of really good ones in here. There's a lot of different ones in here. The heifer I'm going to use to win the class is kind of the most complete heifer out here in my mind from one end to the other. Just love the femininity this heifer has up through that front end, the length and extension of neck that she has, the depth and spring of body she has, the way she puts it together and carries it when she's on the move. Really a nice heifer to surface to the top end of the class. This red heifer is a heifer that really hits you when she comes in the ring. Just a super stout heifer, a heifer that's got a lot of length and extension. You love the depth and shape to her rib. Heifer that gets a little rounder shouldered than the heifer that wins the class. Heifer that's a little plainer right through that throat latch than the heifer that wins the class. But a really, really nice heifer in her own right. A really cool looking heifer is this young man's heifer that's coming in third. Really love the top line in the heifer. Doesn't have quite the extension up through that front end. Really a long bodied female though that's really square and level out through her hip. She just plays out in terms of overall stoutness when compared to those two above her today, but a really nice heifer in her own right. The young lady's heifer that's coming in fourth right here is a heifer you really liked when she hit the ring. She just got a little plainer when she got out here on this head-to-tail lineup out here up through that front end and through that center portion of her rib in comparison to the three right above her today. A little plainer through that shoulder, but a heifer you really appreciate for the stoutness that he has, the way she carries it all the way down through her legs, the way she gets out and travels on her feet and legs. Young lady's heifer coming up next is a heifer that's just a little rounder in her overall top through that shoulder, a little plainer, really nice female. Little taller, straighter fronted kind of heifer coming in next, super long bodied. She roaches up ever so slightly in her top when she walks. She's a little straighter off both ends, a little narrow when she comes at you. Really a stout heifer is roan heifer coming up next. Heifer, in my opinion, she's just a little too quicker maturing for me today, but a heifer you really have to appreciate for the depth of body she has, the thickness she has. Just a really nice female in her own right. Next heifer following her is a heifer that's a little rounder shouldered, a little plainer up through that front end. Next heifer is a heifer that doesn't have quite the depth of body to her, really sound, really stout, really cool up through that front end. The yellow heifer that's coming up behind her is just a little plainer headed, a little plainer neck, a little straighter in that underline. Excellent set of cattle out here in this class too. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over here in ring 2. First place out of class 14 in your Red Brahman show goes to back number 107, Bethlyn Bishop. And out of class 15, also first place to back number 173, Walters Livestock. Now in ring 2, we'll look for class 16, age summer heifers, born May through August 31st, 2018. Then back over here in your prospect heifer ring, we have the results of class 2. First place exhibited by Max Bedecker of Seneca, Illinois. Second place went to Cutter Dorsey of Shallow-Water, Texas. Third also went to Cutter Dorsey of Shallow-Water, Texas. Fourth place will go to Creus Richard of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Savannah Ingram of Fowler, Kansas. Sixth place went to Easton Shank. Seventh, Kaya Hendrickson. Eighth, Aspen Furrow. Ninth, Bryce Hanlon. And 10th place in that class will be Elizabeth Quick. Now over here in ring 1 is class 3 prospect heifers.
out in this class of seniors that we have. A good lineup, I think, from top to bottom. You come up with this top pair of females, and there's some give and take. The heifer that's winning our class is cleaner through that throat latch. I think when you see her in that dewlap, she's a female. It's got some neat lines about her today when we see her. She's got some depth of body and balance about her also. You come to the heifer next, heifer with a lot of substance of bone, and when we look at her today, she gets a little dirtier, I think, through that dewlap area, but a lot of breed character about this female, and a lot of good pieces for these first and second place females. You come to the heifer in third today, a good line female. I think when we compare to the two heifers in first and second, just doesn't quite have the internal dimension and volume today of the heifers in front of them, but good clean lines about her, a good long neck about her. We follow up the class today with a heifer you just like to stretch out and see more of her. She's a nice female, a nice eye-appealing female, but just more of a moderate type female, doesn't quite have the overall growth and substance of the females above her.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. Results of Class 16. First place to go to back number 243, Jeremy Lowen with Lady L. Madalena Rojo, 341. Second place goes to 244, also Jeremy Lowen with Lady L. Valentina Rojo, 339. Third place went to back number 113, Bethlehem Bishop with Lady H. Willow Rojo, 243.8. And fourth place to 245, Jeremy Lowen with Lady L. Viveka Rojo, 346. We'll now be selecting your champion reserve in our senior heifer division. Followed by that, we will be selecting a Grand and Reserve Red Brahman.
Out for our senior division over in our Brahman show. I think we've got three nice females. We'll talk these two singles that were single entries in class, and we'll select your senior and reserve senior. You come out with the youngest heifer, a good female. I think she's straight in her lines, and when we see her, she has some substance of bone. I think when you see her in this lineup, you might just want to see more of her today as far as overall substance and style. We come to the heifer in the middle, I think, really a class act female. She's very functional in overall style and look. She's a female that's got some eye appeal. I think when you see her on the move, she's very free in her movement, and free in her joints when we see that, and goes out and covers her stride about that when we see her. We come to the oldest heifer, just like we said in that lineup. She was the cleanest maid in that lineup. How the first and second place heifers, when we looked at her, yeah, you liked her when you saw her out there. The only thing you like to see as far as cover her tracks, I think a little easier when she's making her stride, but a good set of females and not taking anything away from them. I think when we sit back and look at functionality and see what we see as far as overall movement and structure, the female that hits me for your senior champion is going to be in the middle, be your senior champion, and reserve will be the oldest female.
Well, congratulations over here in our red Brahman ring. Your champion senior heifer is going to go to back number 173, Walters Livestock with KF Miss Rita Rojo, 134. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 243, Jeremy Lowen with Lady L. Madalena Rojo, 341. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors at this time. In ring 2, we'll be selecting your champion and reserve champion, Red Brahman. What's that?
That lady that I was supposed to have the interview with, she finally emailed me back this morning, and now it's on Monday.
Phone interview? This is cute. Have you had that all day? Have you had all that on all day? This is cute. I like this.
Thanks. I feel like I just go shopping every day when she comes in, because I just see it.
I want to go look at that teardrop looking. No, without those pearls too. But that. What do we call that?
Purple spine?
No, but like.
In our Brahman ring, as we close out for our grand champion, Red Brahman female, I think 4 tremendous females. And at this time, please give the breeders and exhibitors a round of applause. I think when you sit out there and look at these cattle, I think you've got some good things to take home with you. I mean, they've got some quality, they've got breed character about them, and when you sit back and look at them, you just come back and say, hey, that's an impressive set of cattle out here. We come with a calf in that division, just a tremendous female when we look at her as far as substance of bone, overall volume and capacity. It's a female that's really up-headed with a lot of good qualities about her. When we look at her, we come the intermediate division of the long-bodied female, long through her head, neck, and shoulder area. When you see her, she's a female with a lot of production about her. We come to the junior champion female, a good female. I like the head, neck, and shoulder on this heifer. I like the balance and style she brings to us in this lineup. We come to our senior heifer, like we said earlier, female. In that lineup, who was the easiest moving female and most functional and fault-free female in this lineup. When we look at her today, I think she brings a lot of good things back out here when we see her. When we sit back and look at these females, there's really 3 of them I like, and it's really in close contention when we see them. But sitting back from the standpoint is what you take home as far as function, and throwing a lot of different sires in there and see what you want to do with them. I'll go select your grand reserve, and congratulations to these exhibitors, and have a good one on your way home.
Over here on the other side of the ring, 2 really unique females out here in this Class 3. There's a lot of differences in these 2 heifers. I like a lot of things about both of them. The shorthorn marked heifer that I'm going to use to win the class is a heifer you really appreciate for the power and stoutness that she has. She's really big-footed, yet she's really good on her feet and legs. She gets out and travels good. She's got a nice turn to her shoulder right there. She's got a lot of length and extension up through that front end. She doesn't wow you right through the center portion of her body quite as much as the heifer that's in second, but she's still plenty deep and got plenty of good rib shape, and she is a little bit stouter right through that pin area than the heifer in second. The heifer in second's a heifer that whenever he gets her parked and gets her stuck, she just gives you a really, really good look. She's a little shorter neck than the heifer that wins the class. I love the belly shape and design on this heifer. The longer she stands out here, she's a little straighter fronted. She gets out just a tick on that front end when she comes at you, toes out, and just gets a little wider on that front end. Really close pair on that top end. The heifer that's coming in third is just a very complete individual. A heifer you really appreciate a lot of things about. She's not the coolest fronted one out here, but she's plenty good fronted. She's laid in good in her shoulders. She's just a little plainer in her overall design than the 2 above her, but a very complete individual in her own right. The Charlet marked heifer that's coming up next is a really powerful, stout-ended kind of a female. Not quite as good on her feet and legs as those about her, a little rounder through her shoulders. She wasn't doing a very good job showing when she first came in the ring, and so that made her shoulders look really, really big and kind of round. The next heifer in class coming up next is a heifer that's not fitted quite as well as some of the other heifers in class today, but a heifer, when you analyze her, you really appreciate a lot of things about her. There's a lot of thickness down her top and her hip. She's really sound on her feet and legs. She gets out and takes a really long stride. Just gives up a little bit in terms of overall depth of body. Really a cool looking heifer coming in right next. Just a little harder doing kind of a female. She's really laid in nice and neat at her shoulders. She's really extended up through that front end. She roaches up in her top just a tick when she walks. Just a little tighter from one end to the other as compared to those above her. The young man's heifer that's coming in next is just a little plainer out through her hip. I really do appreciate the depth and spring of body this heifer has, the flex she has on her feet and legs. Just gets a little plainer in her overall design. The young man's heifer that's coming in right behind her, really a long-bodied, long-sided kind of a female. She gets a little bit straighter on that front end. I'd like to see her just a little more blown out right through the center of her body today, but a sound, functional kind of a female.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Your champion red Brahman female is going to go to back number 173, exhibited by Walters Livestock, with KF Miss Rita Rojo 134. And reserve champion is going to go to back number 243, exhibited by Jeremy Lowen, with Lady L Madalena Rojo 341. Once again, congratulations to our red Brahman female exhibitors. In just a few minutes over here in ring 2, we'll get started with your gray Brahman female show. Over here in ring 1, we have the results of class 3 out of your open prospect heifer show. First place was exhibited by Emma Schenk. Second place exhibited by Derek Humphrey. Third place went to Kira Ingram. Fourth, Ranley Kruger. Fifth, Afton Kwalik. Sixth, Brooklyn Fraser. Seventh, Colton Holcomb. Eighth, Weston Johnson. For those of you that are following along in your prospect heifer show, 5th, 1st, 8th, 7th, 3rd, 2nd, 4th, 6th. Now currently in ring 2 is class 4 out of your open prospect show. There will be 6 classes here in division 1 of the prospect heifers. Over here in ring 2, we're getting started with your gray Brahman show. First class in will be class 1 summer heifer calves.
over in our Gray Brahman show, we have a single entry that comes to us, and a good single entry that comes at us. She's a heifer with a lot of good balance to her when we see her today. She's got some natural muscling throughout. You like the breed character she has in a hump placement and the substance of bone, and we'll see how she comes out here when we compete for Calf Champion.
Well, congratulations. First place in Class 1 out of your Gray Brahman show. We'll go to back to number 211, Fallon Rab with Miss W.L. Hope. We'll now look to start with Class 2, late spring heifer calves born May 1st through June 30th.
A good set of gray females we start our class off with. We're going to start with the heifer on my far right. I think a female, when we look at her today, she brings it all to us in this class. She's got some substance of bone about her. She's got good hump placement, up-headed type female with some balance and some substance of bone, and I really appreciate the cleanness and underlining clean through that throat latch this female has. You come the heifer in second place, a broody type female. I think I do appreciate her substance of bone. She's got some length to side about her. She's really a pretty female in this lineup today and fits that second right easily. The heifer in third is the same type and kind of the heifer that's in second. She's a female that doesn't quite have the overall depth of body as the heifer that wins the class, but you like her substance and her overall breed character. The heifer that comes to us next is a female that's an up-headed type female, a large frame individual. I think her best days are ahead of her. She's a little greener in her finish today when we see her today, but you like the line she brings to us. The next females that come down in the lineup are some females we just like to see some more weight per day of age. I think to go any higher today, they've got good lines about them. They're just a little greener in their overall conditioning.
Back over here in our prospect ring, we have two exceptional females up here on the top end of the class, and we're really splitting hairs on these two, and if you wanted to switch this pair, I wouldn't argue with you. It's just a personal call out here. When I really get to analyzing these two heifers and stand kind of at the front end of them, this white heifer that wins the class is just laid in a tick smoother right through the point of that shoulder. She's a little softer on that front end, has a little more cush to that front pastern than the heifer in second. Both of these heifers have a tremendous amount of belly to them. I love the top line in these heifers. Both of these heifers are thick enough. The thicker of the two would probably be the advantage of the second heifer. I love the front end, the neck on this heifer, the way her shoulder comes out of her neck, the depth and spring of rib. Like I said, she's just a tick straighter on those front pastures. She's a little more open right through the point of her shoulders than the heifer that wins the class. That's why she's second. But young man, this is a really, really nice heifer out here. Congratulations. The young man's heifer that's coming in third here is a little different type and kind than the two above him. She's a little more conventional in her overall design. She's a little rounder through that front end. She's a little thicker. She's a little quicker in her overall mature pattern, but she's a really good heifer, gets out and travels well on her feet and legs. She's got some depth and spring to her rib. The young lady's heifer that's coming up behind her, I like this heifer when she came in the ring. The more you get to analyzing her, she gets up ever so slightly in her top when she's on the move. She's a little tighter in those pasterns. She's starting to roll on that outside rear heel just a little bit, and I'd like to kind of square those back feet up just a hair in that regard. The next heifer in line is a heifer that's a tremendously long-bodied, long-sided kind of a female, really up-headed, really extended through that front end, just a little plainer in her overall design, especially right through the center portion of her body in comparison to those on the top end of the class, but a really nice heifer in her own right. Really good Hereford heifer coming up next. A little plainer up through that front end and that chest than some of those above her. I like the design and type and kind of this heifer. A little foot trimming might help her. She needs to be a little deeper bodied, but a very sound functional kind of a female. Kind of a cool looking one coming up right behind her. Heifer that just when she came out in the ring had a hard time getting around the ring on those rear legs, just didn't get out, and she kind of paddled when she went around the ring, didn't move as good as those above her. Young lady's heifer right behind her is just a little plainer in her overall design. She's got plenty of depth and spring of rib. She's got some bone to her. She's got some look to her. Gets a little shorter neck, a little rounder out that lip, a little plainer in that rear flank. Excellent class. Let's give these exhibitors a huge round of applause for a nice set of heifers.
Well, congratulations over here in your prospect heifer ring. Class 4, first place exhibited by Kennedy Arthur. Second place will go to Hayden Glass. Third exhibited by Black and Vessel Cattle Company. Fourth goes to Briley Fuss. Fifth place exhibited by Isabel Lowry. Sixth, Jason Diaz. Seventh, Savannah Ingram. And eighth place in that class will go to Paige Beatty. Now over here in ring 1, we'll start class 5 in your prospect heifer show. Back over in your gray Brahman ring, we have the results of class 2. First place exhibited by Bullseye Ranch. Second exhibited by Joycey Custom Fitters. Third exhibited by Kylie Bork. Fourth place exhibited by back number 197, Lauren Lucky. Fifth place exhibited by Kinley Duhan. And sixth place will be exhibited by Bradley Morris.
in this class of gray Brahman females, this trio out, I think a good set of females from top to bottom. These three heifers, they're good, and when you look at them, they've got some functionality to them. They've got some substance of bone. I think the heifer that wins the class just puts it all together. She's got more of it. She's got a lot of internal dimension and mass about her. When we see her today, she's complete across that top. When we look at her, she's really free and easy on her movement when we see her. The heifer in second's a long-bodied heifer. She doesn't quite have the overall depth, I think, of heart of the heifer that's winning the class today, but a good female. I like her overall substance. I like her free and easiness on the move. The young man's heifer in third, another nice, good female. A female that's very functional, got good breed character about her. I think today when we see her, she doesn't quite drop down with the overall depth of the other females above her, but I think that'll come with time with this female. When you look at her, she's got a lot of good points and attributes about her.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. First place is going to go to back number 205, exhibited by Bullseye Ranch with Miss BER Rosanna 709. Second place out of class 3 will go to back number 181, Walters Livestock with Walters Connie. And third place in that class went to back number 210, exhibited by Carson Rabb with AT Miss Faith 793.0. Now in ring 2 will be class 4, Gray late junior heifer calves born March 1st through March 31st.
a good set of females in this class of grades. So we're going to start the class off with a heifer. I like what she brings to us. She's got some substance of bone about her when we look at her today. She's a broody type individual. I think when you get behind her and look at her, she's got more width and dimension down that loin area when we compare the heifer in second, but a good profiling female with a lot of balance. We come to the next heifer, a long-sided type female. I think she just doesn't quite have the overall base of the heifer that's winning the class today, but a female you like for overall structure and the length of the hip she brings to us. The heifer in third comes to us, a big-boned individual. When you see her, she's very massive in her type and kind. If I could change up anything, I'd just like to see her a little stouter behind that heart girth when we compare the other heifers above her today. We come to the rusty-colored heifer in front of me, a big up-headed female with some substance of bone. I think just not as neatly made today as the heifers in front of her. She's a female we just like to change up and see her a little stronger behind that shoulder on the move. We come to the next heifer today. She's a female that's got some breed character about her. When we look at her, she gets a little more shotgun in her appearance compared to some of the other females. I just like to drop her down and give her some more depth. The heifer that's coming next, the dark pigment female, is a female that just needs some more weight per day of age. I think she's got some good lines about her. She just needs a little more time in that feed bucket to compete any higher.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in ring 2, first place out of class 4 is going to go to back number 185, Herzog Cattle with Miss H.C. Madison, 126.0. Second place goes back number 126, V8 Ranch with Miss V8, 291.9. Third place in that class will go to back number 206, Bullseye Ranch with Miss BER Holly, 707. Fourth place went to back number 220, Leah Thibodeau with CT Nobelita Rhino 14-0. Fifth place went to back number 111, Bethlyn Bishop with Red Smith Brandy Manso 4-0. And sixth place in that class goes to back number 199, Riley Lucky with AT Miss Willow 780-0. Now we're here in ring 2. We have class 5 gray junior heifer calves born February 1st through February 29th.
In this class of grades, I think we're starting off with a heifer. When she walks in the ring, she wins the class for me. She's a big, broody individual with a lot of depth of heart about her. You like the pigmentation she has around those ears. She's a female that's very stout made in her bone structure. When we look at her and seeing that in the breed character she does have, the heifer that comes in second is a female. Not quite got the overall depth and boldness of the heifer in front of her, but a nice, clean-made individual. I think she's clean through that front shoulder, but doesn't quite have the overall elongation throughout that head, neck, and shoulder as a heifer that's winning the class. The rusty heifer that comes next is a nice breeding piece. I think you got a lot of good things when you see her in that point. She's up-headed. She's a female that's strong at top. I think today when we get behind her and look at her, doesn't quite have the overall explosiveness of muscle down that hind quarter, but a good female. Another good female comes to us that's in fourth place. She's eye-appealing. She's got some good lines about her. I think when we get to looking at her, she gets a little straighter off that hind leg than you'd like to see, but a good female as far as overall eye appeal and structure and performance. I'd just like to see her probably drop down in that flank just a bit more to give her the overall dimension of the females in front of her.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. First place out of Class 5 is going to go to back number 215. Joyce Custom Fitters with Lady H. Coco Manso, 346.0. Second place went to back number 207, Bullseye Ranch with Miss BER Terra, 703. Third place went to back number 148, exhibited by Nicholas Vonenstein. And fourth place will go to back number 213, Tralby Goff with Miss 4C, Gypsy Drake, 89.0. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in Class 6 early junior heifer calves born January 1st through January 31st. After this class, we will select your champion and reserve champion heifer calf.
Two really nice heifers in this prospect heifer class. Got a lot of things I like about both these heifers. The heifer that I'm going to use to win the class, when you get them out here side by side, is a heifer that's just a notch longer bodied. Like the heifer's depth and spring of rib she has, the power she has, the amount of bone and foot that this female has. She's still really long fronted. Really a nice complete female. The heifer in second, I love the front end on this heifer. I love the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She runs downhill from her hip to her front end just a little bit. She doesn't have quite the length of body of the heifer that wins the class, but two really nice heifers on the top end. The young lady's heifer that coming in third is a heifer that really catches your eye. She's got a lot of ring apparent presence to her. I really liked her when she came in the ring. Really stout down her top line through her hip and her hind legs. She gets out and travels really, really well on her feet and legs. Now, when this young lady gets her parked right out here and gets her head up like she does, this heifer gets a lot tighter with those two above her. But when we're standing over here on the side, this heifer was getting a little lazier in her front end. She wasn't quite as pretty. She was getting out a little bit in her front end. That's why she's third. The next heifer in class is a heifer I really appreciate a lot of things about. I appreciate the length of body she has, the depth and spring of rib. She gets a tick shorter neck than those above her. She's a little plainer in that neck-shoulder junction than those right above her today. Super nice female, though. Young lady's heifer that's coming up next, I mean, when she gets her parked, you really like this heifer. You like the straightness in her top line, the length and extension up through that front end, the way her shoulder ties into her neck. Heifer gets it a little more restricted in her movement off her rear legs. I'd like to just soften her up and see her move a little freer on those rear legs today. The next young lady's heifer in class right here, she's having a little more difficult time showing her a while ago. When she gets her parked, she gives you a really good look. When you get in behind her, she doesn't have quite the power of some of those on the top end of the class. Very functional female, very sound, a lot of longevity in that heifer. This red heifer that's coming right behind her, she's a really good heifer in her own right. She's a little plainer fronted, a little straighter in that shoulder than some of those in the class. Very complete from end to end. She just got out here in the class with some really, really good heifers. I do like a lot of things about this heifer as well. Excellent class. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
over in our Brahman ring, a good pair of females that come to us. We're going to use the heifer. It has the most depth of body, I think, when you look at her. She's a big, stout female. She's good in that top line. When you look at her today, she's got some substance of bone and balance about her when we see her. Just a good, sound individual. You come to the next heifer in lineup, a long-bodied female, a female that needs to be stronger behind that shoulder, I think, today to compete any higher with the heifer in front of her. She's a nice profiling female. I just like to see over their overall depth and volume as a heifer is in first place to compare to the second place female.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. First place out of Class 6 is going to go to back number 127, exhibited by V8 Ranch with Miss V8 274.9. And second place in that class will go to back number 158, Razorback Farms with Miss V8 282.9. We are now going to select your champion and reserve champion heifer calf over here in your gray Brahman ring. Back over in ring 1 out of your prospect heifer show, we have the result of Class 5. First place exhibited by Black and Vessel Cattle Company. Second place, Delaney Greeman. Third place went to Brianna Herndon. Fourth place will go to Black and Vessel Cattle Company. Fifth place will go to Sarah Childs. Sixth place will go to Kate Shrill. And seventh will go to Zoe Williams. Now over in ring 1 is your final class before we select our champion, our top 5 out of Division 1. Once again, our top 5 out of Division 1 we will be selecting after Class 6.
Out for our KF champion Gray, I think we have a good lineup out here. I think a lot of similarities when we get out here and look at these cattle. We start off with a calf that was a single entry. Like we said, a nice baby, a very complete individual when we look at her. Got some good lines about her, stands on some substance of bone, good hump placement and good breed character, and just a nice calf that's a complete heifer out here in this lineup. We come to the rusty heifer out of Class 2, heifer with some substance of bone about her. She's really up fronted, clean to that shoulder when we look at her today. She's a female when we compare her to some of the others, might not have the depth of body of some of the others. We come to the heifer in the middle, another big, deep-bodied heifer out here in this lineup, very stout and at top line when we look at her today, just a complete and balanced individual. We come to the next heifer in the lineup, another up-headed heifer when we look at her, good hump placement about her. She's sound on her feet and legs and functional on that standpoint. We come to the next heifer in the lineup, a heifer that's got some substance of bone, like I said earlier, a broodier type female when we see her. She's got some length of body about her and overall elongation on that standpoint. We come to the oldest heifer in the lineup, another female that comes to us. She hits you hard. She's a big, soggy individual with a lot of broodiness to her. When we see her, substance of bone and complete on that standpoint with the dimension you like to see as far as muscle structure and type. We sit out here and analyze these and we talk these. I think there's a female that really comes out here and puts it all in one package as far as completeness and balance and style, and that's going to be the oldest heifer. She's going to be your KF champion. As we pull in our second place, the rusty-colored heifer, a female, like we said, was a long-bodied female. I just like to see a little stronger behind that shoulder when we see her. I think if we follow a pattern with the female that we have as far as type and kind, and that's a carbon copy of the heifer that was calf champion, is going to be the heifer in the middle. She'll be your reserve 709.
Well, congratulations over here in your gray Brahman ring. Your champion heifer calf is going to go to back number 127, exhibited by V8 Ranch with Miss V8 274.9. Reserve champion in that division is going to go to back number 205, Bullseye Ranch with Miss BER Rosanna 709. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now look for Class 7 gray late senior heifer calves born November 1st through December 31st.
And this class of gray Brahmans, I think we got a good set in this top three when we get to looking at them. I think the heifer that comes out to us really hits us hard is when she wins this class. She's a female that's got some depth of body inside. You like the breed character of this heifer. She's very upfronted when we see her today. Has some substance and style about her, and just really fluid and easy on the movement when she makes herself around the arena. We come to dark pink heifer in second. A long body female. I think a female, you like her substance. I just like to change her off that front end just a bit when I see her on the move. But a female that's got some balance and style about her, but this doesn't quite have the overall substance of size when we see her compare the heifer in first. We come the rusty heifer in third, another big bone type individual, the same type of heifer as in second place today, a long-bodied heifer. I think a heifer that's just given up some overall muscle and thickness in that lower hind quarter when we see her. We come to the next rusty heifer, a nice, stylish individual, very clean in her lines today. When we look at her, I just like to see her more of her. I like to drop her on that flank and give her the overall volume as the other females. The other red female coming up next, the red spot female, a nice female, a moderate type female. I just like to see more ease on movement when I see her moving around the arena today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring, Class 7. First place will go to back number 125, V8 Ranch with Miss V8, 255.9. Second place goes to back number 221, Joyce Custom Fitters with Lady H, Sarah Manso, 313.9. Third place went to back number 114, Bethlehem Bishop. Fourth place went to back number 134, Bailey Malone. And fifth place went to back number 112, Bethlehem Bishop. Now over here in your Brahman ring, we're going to bring in Class 8, early senior heifer calves born September 1st through October 31st.
Two really powerful females out here in the last class of this first division. A lot of similarities in these heifers. I really like the design of both of these heifers. I like the front end. I like the way they get out and move around the ring. They're just right in terms of overall thickness from end to end. Honestly, when you step back and look at these two heifers, there's a lot of similarities. The one in second might be a little higher right there behind her shoulders and her neck. This one's maybe just a little longer necked. When you get back and study the belly's about the same. I will admit that the white accentuates the belly on the heifer that wins the class. It just makes it flow back right into that back rib and that back flank just a little bit better. When you study this one, she just gets a little tighter right through there, and I honestly think that that's the color of the hair right there, but that would be an advantage that this heifer that wins the class has. Really like the shape of the knee and the way this heifer gets out and travels, really soft on her front end. This one's maybe just a tick straighter in those front pasterns than the heifer that wins the class. Pounds the ground just a hair harder on that front end than the heifer that wins the class. Two excellent heifers out here on the top end of the class. The young lady's heifer in third is a tremendous female in her own right. When you just analyze this heifer by herself, man, you love a lot of things about her. She's got plenty of thickness. She's still really feminine up through that front end. Really good neck, nice shape of rib. She just gets out here with two heifers just did a little woofier than her today. The young lady's heifer that's coming in right behind her, very stylish, very nice in her overall design, very up-headed. Gets a little straighter on that front end than the heifers up there. I'd like to just soften her up in that slope in that shoulder just a little bit and soften her up when she gets out and moves. The young lady's heifer that's coming in right now, a heifer you really appreciate a lot of things about: the depth of rib, the muscle, the structure that this heifer has. And this heifer's getting a little lazy out here in the ring, and this young lady's having a hard time keeping her pulled together when she's standing over here. She gets a little down in her head, and it causes her to open up a tick in her shoulders. Excellent female. The next heifer in class is a heifer I really like a lot of things about. I love the front end on this heifer. I love the rib shape on this heifer. She gets a little shorter bodied in comparison to some of those right above her. Doesn't have quite the wow factor when you step back and look at her, but man, that's a really nice female also. Young man's heifer that's coming right behind her, tremendously thick heifer. I love the thickness and stoutness this heifer has. I'd like to soften her up just a little on that front end, make smooth her up in the point of those shoulders and flatten her up. Just kind of smooth her out from end to end, but a heifer that's got a lot of good to her. Congratulations on an excellent class of females.
Well, congratulations over here in your prospect heifer ring. Class 6 first place exhibited by Reagan Wilborn, second exhibited by Lauren Ost, third went to Devin Frazier, fourth exhibited by Ashley Kennedy, fifth exhibited by Darby Darban, sixth was exhibited by Kylie Ward, and seventh exhibited by Stetson Roethlisberger. At this time, we're going to bring in our first and seconds out of your first 6 classes to select a top 5 out of Division 1. Coming out of the first class, first place was exhibited by Bailey Wilborn and second by Cooper Jans. Coming out of class 2, first place was exhibited by Max Badecker and second was exhibited by Cutter Dorsey. Class 3, first place went to Emma Schenk, and second went to Derek Humphrey. Class 4, first place was exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, and second by Hayden Glass. Coming out of Class 5, first place was exhibited by Black and Vestal Cattle Company. Second place out of Class 5, exhibited by Delaney Greeman. And coming out of Class 6, first place was exhibited by Reagan Wilborn, and second by Lauren Ost. For those of you sitting in the stands, please put your hands together to congratulate our exhibitors here in Division 1 of your Prospect Heifer Show.
Over on our gray Brahman side, I think we've got an excellent class of Brahman females, especially in this top 3. When you look at them, we come to our first place heifer, just really a youthful female in this class. She's a female that puts it all together with balance and style. She's a female, when you look down that loin, there's width and dimension down that loin. She drops down with a substance of bone and keeps it complete. Just really a classy female. That's really an easy first place in this class. We come to heifer in second, a female that's got some length of body and style about her. I think today when we look at her, she might just drop down that lower 1/3 quarter as a heifer in front of her, but a big, long-bodied individual, very refined in her head, neck, and shoulder when we look at her, and you like the breed character she brings to us. We come to the next heifer in the lineup, the third place female, a broody type female with a lot of depth about her when we see her in volume and mass. I just like to change up how she comes off that hind leg when you see her with those toes hitting the ground. The next heifer that comes to us is a long-bodied heifer, upscaled female. She's a female you like on her substance of bone, and a very cow-type female when we see her today. She just doesn't put the package together as far as neatness as the females above her, but a good cow when we see her. The dark pigment heifer coming up next is a female you like. She's a little shorter, strided, I think, in her makeup and kind. She's a female that's very strong in that top. She's got some natural muscle and thickness. I just like to see her have the overall extension of the females above her. We come on down the line with these 4 females that we see today. They get a little more narrow base, I think, when you compare them to other females above them. You just like to explode them out and give them the muscle and thickness of the females that are in the top of this class.
Well, in this first division of prospect females, I'm really pleased with the lineup I have from one end to the other. You know, I know that these heifers, you know, their end point and what their plan is with these heifers, there's several different possibilities. I mean, these could go into production and go into a show steer production. They could go into a female production end, being how they're bred. I mean, there's just lots of possibilities with these heifers. And I've tried to go out and use sound, functional, good-looking females that would work both ways. I'm really pleased with the lineup I have in both your first and second placers. I get to pick 5 of them out here. That's going to be pretty challenging because there's probably 12 heifers out here that I like a lot. If you would, give these exhibitors a big round of applause on an excellent division.
Well, congratulations. Your champion out of Division 1 is going to go to Reagan Wilborn of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Second place out of Reagan's class exhibited by Lauren Ost. And your reserve champion Division 1 is going to go to Lauren Ost. Third place out of Lauren's. Are we bringing in thirds?
What's the name on it? Yeah, that's Devin Frazier.
And third place in that class was exhibited by Devin Frazier, Meeker, Oklahoma. And congratulations, your third overall in Division 1 is exhibited by Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place out of Kennedy's class was exhibited by Hayden Glass. Fourth overall is going to come out of Class 2, exhibited by Max Bendecker. Second place in Max's class, exhibited by Cutter Dorsey.
Over in our gray Brahman ring, we have a good class of females. A heifer that wins the class for me. You like what she brings to you. She's a broody type individual with a lot of boldness, a rib to her. When we see her today, she's straight in her lines. And just a female that puts it all, I think, together when you look at a packaged female in this class. We come to the heifer in second place, a longer bodied heifer than the one in first, but she doesn't quite have the depth of body inside as the heifer that is winning the class today and doesn't quite move off that front end as easy as the heifer that's in first place. You come to heifer in third place, more of a heavier front-end type female. I think when we look at her today, you just like to extend her neck out, but a female that's got some balance to her and style that you do like in this class. The next female in the lineup, the dark pigment heifer, a long-bodied heifer with a long hip in her. I think if you could change up anything, you just like to give her some more depth of heart. The next two females that come up in the class are two females. We just like to change up the structure on these two Brahman females and give them some more substance of bone to compete any higher in this class.
And your fifth place out of Division 1 is going to go to Black and Vessel Cattle Company, Muleshoe, Texas. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in your Prospect Heifer Show Division 1. Next class in over here in Ring 1 will be Class 7 in Division 2. Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. We have the results of Class 9. First place goes to Joyce Custom Fitters with Lady MN Gypsy Manso. Second place goes to back number 140, Kelsey Farrell with Miss SCC Schulte Harper. Third place will go to back number 146 of Avonlea Nietzsche with Miss Chloe 132.9. Fourth place will go to Bethelyn Bishop with 4N Miss 11. Fifth place went to back number 131, Leighton McNair. In sixth place, back number 132, also to Leighton McNair. Now in your Brahman ring is Class 10 early summer yearling heifers born May 1st through June 30th. Once again, over here in your prospect heifer ring, we are going to start with Class 7, starting with Division 2.
In this trio of gray Brahman females, the heifer that wins the class, I think when you look at her, she has the most substance about her. She's the most balanced individual. When you look at her, you like the hump placement she brings to you. Just really a heifer that strikes you hard when she walks in this class to win this class of females. The heifer that comes to us in second is a long-bodied heifer. I think you appreciate that when we look at her. She's got some length of hip to her from hooks to pins when we see her. She just doesn't quite get off as easy off that front end as you'd like to see today, but a good female with good lines about her. The next female that comes to us is a female that's a moderate type individual. You just like to stretch that neck out a bit more to give her the overall length of the other females, but a nice broody type individual.
Well, congratulations over here in your gray Brahman ring. Out of Class 10, first place to go to back number 202, Bullseye Ranch with Miss BER Delilah, 657. Second place goes to back number 198, Riley Lucky with AT Miss Julia Manso, 7019. And third place is going to go to back number 214, Tralby Goff with Miss 4C Maddie JDH, 789. We are now going to select your champion and reserve champion out of your intermediate heifer division.
I'm telling you. As we come out for our intermediate gray females, I think four females that are really, you appreciate what you bring out here and see. They've got some functionality to them. The breeding programs that you could go with them or any direction, I think you have that in these four that's in the lineup. We start with the youngest heifer, like we said in class. She walked out there, that heifer was the most balanced. She was the most powerful heifer in that class. She had the substance of bone, the length of neck that you like to see in the hump placement. We come to the heifer out of class 2 out of the intermediate division, like we said in class. She was the most youthful heifer in that class. She's classy. She's got some show and eye appeal to her, but yet she's still got that moderation and look to her that you like in the pigmentation of those ears, and some breed character about her and the substance of bone and overall balance of muscle and thickness throughout. Then we come to the heifer out of class 3, the deepest bodied heifer in that class. When we were in that class of females, she's a female that's got some length of side. You appreciate what that heifer brings to you as far as a cow type and broodiness. And the heifer out of the last class, in that class, she was the heifer most balanced in that class. She has some most muscle and thickness throughout. She balanced from end to end when we saw her. We sit back and look at these. I think there's four outstanding females out here. I think when you look at them as far as whichever direction you want to go with the breeding program, one that I like today that really strikes me when she walked in the arena earlier is going to be the heifer out of class 2. She'll be your junior intermediate champion female. We bring in our second place female in that class, a female that has a substance of own overall length and style to her. I think a female you do appreciate, and for me, when you look at that female, she'll be your reserve division today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in your gray Brahman ring. Your champion intermediate female is going to go to back number 124, V8 Ranch with Miss V8 2039. Reserve champion, that division is exhibited by Razorback Farms with Miss V8 2089. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 11, late junior yearling heifers, born April 1st through April 30th. Currently over here in Ring 1, we have Class 7 of your Prospect Heifer Show.
We have a single entry with the rusty colored heifer that comes out. A heifer, you like the big footiness about her. She's a female that's powerful in that top line when we look at her today. She's very clean through that front end, and we'll see how she comes out here for our junior division.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2. First place to go to back number 122, V8 Ranch with Miss V8 114 over 9. Now in the ring will be Class 12 late junior yearling heifers, born March 1st through March 31st.
We have another single entry with a dark pigment female and a nice female when you look at her. She's a female that's got some internal dimension and mass about her. You like what she brings to you is the width and dimension down that loin. She's got some length of hip about her, and we'll see how she competes out here for our junior champion drive.
Well, congratulations in Class 12. First place will go to back number 218, Leah Tribideau with Miss 072. Now in Ring 2, we'll bring in Class 13 early junior yearling heifers born January 1st through February 28th. After this class, we will be selecting your Grand and Reserve junior heifers. Just a reminder to all of our Brahman exhibitors that after the gray female show, we're going to take about a 15-minute break before we go into the red bull show. Once again, that'll be a 15-minute break after the gray female show before we start our red bull show.
Over here in our prospect show, we're starting on our second division here. Excellent lineup of heifers. We got three really good ones up here on the top end of the class. The heifer that I'm going to use to win the class just kind of excels the class when you step back and look at this heifer from overall capacity stand from her forerib all the way back into that rear flank. A swoop to her underline, you get back and and she's really sweet up through that front end. She's really soft on her feet and legs, travels really well on both ends. The heifer that comes right behind her is patterned and typed a lot like the heifer that wins the class, maybe a tick longer fronted than the heifer that wins the class. The heifer that's maybe a little harder on that front end. She doesn't have quite the cushion to the knee as the heifer that wins the class. She's a little straighter on those front pasterns. Really good heifer in her own right. I love the heifer coming in third. Man, this was tough up here on this top three. When you back up and analyze these three heifers, this heifer in third just doesn't carry that depth of body from her navel all the way back into that flank as the two right above her do. I love the top line and the strength in this heifer. She probably has an advantage in muscle over the two heifers above her. I just like to just balance her underline out just a tick more in comparison to those two today. She'll probably catch her when she becomes a big bred. Red heifer, I like this heifer a lot. A lot of good in this heifer. She's got a nice turn to her underline. She's really balanced out in that lower 1/3 of her body, really straight and strong in her top line. Just gives up a little bit in terms of overall volume when standing out here with those three right above her today. Super good female. The heifer the young lady has coming in next, another ultra fine fronted heifer. I like the top line in this heifer. I like the thickness she has down her top. She does get a little deeper right through the center portion of that throat area, a little shorter neck than the ones right above her. It isn't quite as attractive from the side as those, but man, she's a really, really nice heifer as well. The shorthorn marked heifer is really a long-bodied female. I like the length and extension up through that front end, the depth and spring of rib she has. Gets a little tighter in her forerib. She gets a little funky off those rear legs. I'd like to soften her up when she's on the move off those rear legs. The yellow heifer coming right behind her is a heifer that's got plenty of volume to her. I mean, she's got a lot of depth and spring of rib. She just gets a little rounder through that shoulder, a little rounder out that hip than those right above her. And the white heifer is a heifer when the young man gets her parked, she looks really good. When she gets out and moves, she rolls a little bit on that front end. She's a little more out in that front end. She actually looks better cocked off right here than she did over here in the lineup. He kind of let her hair get down a little bit, and she just got a little plain looking. Excellent class. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, Class 7 in your Open Prospect Heifer Show. First place is going to go to Finley Yoakum. Second place goes to Lainey Brannon. Third went to Jackson Walker. Fourth, Kelsey Pfeiffer. Fifth, we'll go to Jenna Streeter. Sixth, Cody Wick. Seventh, Kate Schlegel. And eighth place in that class will go to Alec Kutzinger. Now in the ring will be Class 8 of your Prospect Heifer Show.
Over in our gray Brahman ring, we've got a good set of females in this class. We're going to start the class off with really the deepest bodied individual, I think, in the lineup. When you look at her, she's extremely long-sided. You like the overall hump placement of this female, the breed character she brings to you, and just really an attractive type female. We come to heifer at second place, a long-bodied heifer with a strong top in her. I think today when we compare, she just doesn't quite have the overall length of side of the female that comes to her, but she's going to be a big, broody type cow that you can do a lot of good things with. The heifer that comes in third, I think, lacks the overall length of body. When you look at her compared to the second place heifer, you get behind her, there's just more muscle and thickness in that second place heifer compared to the heifer in third today, but a nice female that's very good in her lines and structure. We come to the next female, a good line female when we see her today. She's got some depth of body. You just might want to give her some more substance of bone and better lines when we can see her comparing her to those other heifers in front of her today. The rusty heifer that comes to us, a female with some substance of bone. She just needs a little more weight per day of age, I think, to compete any higher in this class, but a good female when we look at her from end to end.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. Class 13, first place will go to back number 123, V8 Ranch with Miss V8 62 over 9. Second place goes to back number 175, Walters Livestock with Miss V8 56 over 9. Third place will go to back number 135, Michael Curry with Miss V8 49 over 9. Fourth goes back number 189, Samantha Mankey with Moreno Miss Lady Oliva, and fifth place went to back number 190, Samantha Mankey with Miss CE 1 over 19. We are now going to select your champion and reserve champion junior heifer over here in your Gray Brahman show.
As we bring out our gray Brahmins for our junior champion female, we start with the rusty heifer, just like we said earlier, a long-bodied female. You liked her features that she brought to us, got good hump placement about her. She's got some length of hip from her hook sure pins when we analyze her out in this lineup. Just a good, productive type individual. We come to the dark pigment heifer, the blue female in the middle, a female that comes to us with a good hip in her. I mean, you really appreciate the hip she has in her today. She's a female with some width and dimension down that loin when we look at her. We come to the older heifer in this lineup, a big, deep-bodied individual. When we see her, she's got some length of side about her. She's got good hump placement. She's a neatly made and designed individual. When we see her out here in this lineup, I think we've got three great females. I think a female that just puts it all in one package, and an easy package to see for me is going to be the older female. She's going to be your division champion. As we bring in that second place female, she's a long-bodied female when we look at her with some substance of bone and style about her. I think a female that really fits me, and I think a really neat individual in this lineup for your reserve division is going to be the heifer in the middle. She's going to be your reserve junior.
Well, congratulations over here in your Gray Brahman ring. Your champion in your junior division is going to go to back number 123, V8 Ranch with Miss V8 62 over 9. Reserve champion in that division goes back number 218, Leah Tribido with Miss 072. We'll now bring in class 14 early senior yearling heifers born November 1st through December 31st.
Out in our single entry class in the Brahman show, really a massive female that comes out here in our single entry. I like what she brings to us. She's a heifer with a tremendous amount of natural muscle and thickness throughout. We'll see how she comes back out here for our senior champion.
Congratulations, first place in class 14. We'll go to back number 194, Kylie Bork with Sunset Sweet Caroline. Next in will be class 15, late senior yearling heifers, calved September 1st through October 31st.
As we come out with another single entry, another female that's really a big, broody type female with a lot of depth of body and mass to her. When we see her, she's a female that's very easy on the move around the arena. She's really got a big hip in her, and we'll see how the young lady's heifer comes out for our senior champion.
And congratulations in class 15. First place goes to back number 193, Kinley Duhan with Sunset Miss Georgia. Now in the ring will be class 16 age summer heifers, calved May 1st through August 31st, 2018. After this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve out of your senior heifer division.
a good pair of female in this older class. The female that comes to us, really a female that strikes you hard. I think when she walks in, she's a female with some balance to her. She has some substance of bone, really got some width and dimension down that loin when we look at her today. Just really a complete type female, and you like the breed character she brings to us. The cow-calf pair, you come next, you really appreciate how functional she is at this stage in the game. We got a great bull calf at side. She's a big, long-bodied individual. I think today when we look at her, she's just not as strong off those hooks of the pins today and have the balance of the heifer that's winning the class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. First place in Class 16 goes to back number 172, Walters Livestock with JDH Miss Manso, 426-1. Second place goes to Carson Rabb with Walters Patsy Klein. Now over here in your Gray Brahman ring, we are going to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Gray Brahman.
Out for our senior champion gray female. We come out with the single entries. Like I said earlier, the females, they come out with a lot of natural muscle and thickness. They're broody type individuals when we see them. They're balanced and they got a lot of style to them. The heifer that's in the middle, another heifer that's got a larger frame than the heifer on the right. She's a female, another female with a lot of substance to her when you see her today. Really a good female when we see her cleaning that underline. We come to the older heifer in the lineup, a female you do appreciate for the style and balance, a classy female with a lot of breed character about her. I think she balances out quite easily in this lineup, and for me today, she'll be your senior champion female.
Your champion senior over here in ring 2 goes back number 172, Walters Livestock with JDH Lady Manso, 426-1. Second place in that class exhibited by Carson Rabb.
Well, every class we get into today, we just get a little better and a little better. Two excellent females up here on the top end. I mean, we're really cutting hairs on this, and this is just complete personal preference out here. When you analyze these two and compare them, the heifer that was going to win the class, when you look at them from her tail head up to her shoulders, she's really level from her tail head up to her shoulders, where the second place heifer runs downhill ever so slightly. The heifer that wins the class, Brisket, doesn't come out quite as far up front. Therefore, it makes her look just a little prettier right through that chest floor than the heifer in second. And the heifer in first, man, I love the way she gets out and travels on her feet and legs. The heifer in second, man, I love the depth and spring of rib this heifer has. She's a little shorter bodied than the heifer that wins the class, and therefore it plays into her shoulder a little bit. She's not quite as pretty right through that chest floor. She runs downhill, but man, I love the depth and spring of rib, the thickness, the stoutness, the design of her foot and leg, the way that she moves around the ring, but still in a very, very elegant front end. The young lady's heifer in third, man, this is a really, really good heifer right here. Love the design of this heifer. Love her top line, love her front end. Maybe her top line may be so more even than the heifer that's second in the class in her chest as well. Where this heifer ends up third, when she gets out and moves on those rear legs, she's a little more restricted. She doesn't get out and flow quite as free and easy as the two right above her today. But then there's three excellent heifers on the top end of this class. And this young lady's heifer that's coming in fourth right here, I love this heifer as far as her overall product orient right here. I love the top line in her. I love the depth and spring of rib, the functionality she has. She just got out in the class with some really, really good ones. She's a little plainer up through that front end. Young lady's heifer coming in next, the same thing could be said about her, just a little plainer fronted. 5 years ago, that heifer probably goes out and wins this class really easy. But man, we've gotten these cattle so cool looking, so easy fleshing, so much body in them, but still got some muscle and some structure in them, that this has gotten really, really competitive. Love the design of this heifer. She just gets a little tighter right through that center portion of her belly. She just needs softened up just a little bit in today's times. The heifer that's coming up right behind her, man, there's not a thing you don't like about this heifer. She's just not quite as nice a package as those right up there above her. The next heifer in class right here, this red heifer, man, this is a really, really good looking shorthorn heifer. Lots of depth and spring rib, lots of length and extension up through that front end. Little plainer right through that hip and hind leg area, not quite as eye appealing as those on the top end of the class. Super thick-ended heifer coming up right behind her. Love the thickness and the design of this heifer. Just a little more restricted in her movement off both ends. I'd like to just soften her up as she traveled, just a hair. Excellent class. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Over on our gray side, the Brahman female side, I think we've got four excellent females. When you come out and look at this lineup, I don't think you could look for any better. When you get out here, they all kind of are similar type and kind and very functional individuals. We start out with our calf, I think just really a neat calf with a lot of future ahead of her. She's got some balance and style. She's deep-bodied. She's got some youthfulness about her, like you say. She's got some substance of bone and just really a unique individual. We come to the heifer out of the intermediate division, a female that catches your eye. She's got some breed character about her. You love the hump placement. She's got strength in her top when we see her, and she's got some substance of bone and style about her. You come to the intermediate or junior division heifer, a long-sided individual with some length in from her hook sure pins. A female, if you could change up anything, you might just want to see her have a little more length of body out here in this lineup compared to some of the other females. You come to the senior champion female, really a fresh-looking female, a female that's strong in that top, really neat in her overall functional top in her joints. When you see her on the move, she's very free moving. We come out here, and I think you can't go wrong. I guess today it's my opinion, and that's what matters. And the heifers that I like out here, they're two stout females I like, and for me today, it's easily for me to use a grand champion. That's going to be your intermediate champion today. She'll be your champion female. We bring out our reserve intermediate female. I think a female you do appreciate. She's got some length of body. She has some substance of bone. I think when you look and analyze this female, you like her. She's really a class act, and for me, she'll fall up to be your reserve grand today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in your gray Brahman female show. Your champion's going to go to V8 Ranch with Miss V8 203 over 9. And reserve champion will go to back number 159. 159 was Razorback Farms with Miss V8 208 over 9. Once again, congratulations to all of our gray Brahman female exhibitors. We are going to take about a 15-minute break. And we'll return back here in ring 2 with your red Brahman bull show. Back over in ring 1. We have the results from Class 8. First place exhibited by Caitlin Skiles. Second place went to Nicholas Hyde. Third place went to Alexa Bader. Fourth went to Abby Bell. Fifth, Ashley Peterson. Sixth went to Jake King. Seventh, Ashley Kennedy. Eighth, Madison Frazier. And ninth, Alani Diaz Galindo. Currently, we have Class 9 of your Open Prospect Heifer Show in Ring 1.
Another excellent class over here. Heifer I'm going to use to win the class is the most complete heifer from end to end, in my opinion. Every time this heifer stops, she gives you a good look. She's not the super elite, cleanest fronted one, but man, she's got a good front end on her. She's really got the right head to neck, shoulder right there where it ties together. Got a little more right there under the tip of her, right under her throat latch right there than some of these other heifers, but she's still plenty long fronted. She's super angular up through that front end. Where this heifer excels these others is when she gets out and moves. This whole heifer can get out and take a long old stride, really strides out really soft and easy on her feet and legs, very comfortable in the move. When she stands here, no matter how this young lady gets her stuck, this heifer looks really good. Love the depth of rib, love the hip line. Just the heifer is not quite as stout as the heifer that's in second. The heifer in second's are really a stout headed. She's really good fronted. She's nice through that front end. She's really tight through that throat latch. Super top line. This heifer right here, man, when she stops and you get her set up right on, I mean, this thing is hard to get around. But every once in a while, if she doesn't stop and get her stuck just like that, she gives you a point of looking a little rounder shoulder to look a little rounder hip. She gets down in her top just a little bit and up in her shoulder. Does an excellent job showing her. This heifer's fighting her just a little bit. Now out here in the show ring, that makes a world of difference. Just that 2 or 3 seconds look. If it's that close and you get a bad look on one, you can make your mind up pretty quick. This young lady's heifer right here, I love the angulation through that front end, the length and extension up through that neck. I love the top line in that heifer. Love the depth and spring of rib she has. Gets a little flatter and plainer when you get it right in behind her as comparison to the two right above her. Excellent heifer though. As we get on down in the rest of the class, a super nice heifer right here. Really nice overall designs. Nice in her top line, nice in her underline. She's good on her feet and legs. Nothing really comes out and wows you about this heifer to move her up. Just a very complete kind of cow from end to end. Next heifer in line, man, this thing's going to be really good as she matures on out. Love the muscle in her top line, the hip, the hind leg on this heifer. Today, she doesn't have the depth of body that those above her have, but really, really good heifer. That'll come as she matures on out. Gets a little calf in her at some point in time. The next young man's heifer, I love this heifer in terms of how she gets out and travels around the ring. A little plainer up through that front end, through that shoulder area, a little more open in that shoulders. Next young man's calf is just a little longer, a little taller, a little narrower, not put together in quite a nice a package. Man, she's a really sound, functional kind of a female. Excellent class. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause on a nice class.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, Class 9. First place exhibited by Finley Yoakum. Second place went to Sadie Wynn. Third place exhibited by Emily Wise. Fourth exhibited by Lainey Brannon. Fifth exhibited by Jalen Cockrell. Sixth goes to Andrew Triplett. And seventh, Lucas McDowell. Now in the ring will be Class 10 of your Prospect Heifer Show.
Another super class of females out here. I'm going to have to do some explaining here because this is really close. The heifer in first, just love everything about this heifer. Is she as cool fronted? Is her neck as lean? Is she as up-headed as the heifer that's in second? No. Is her front end good enough? It's plenty good. Last time I looked, other than out here in this show ring, neck isn't worth much. But she's plenty good neck. She gets out and travels phenomenally. Where she beats the heifer in second, she's leveler from her hooks down all the way to her shoulders. She's taller in her spine. She's really smooth from that shoulder transition into that rib. She's really smooth from there all the way back into her hip and all the way out. Ultra feminine up there, that front end. Gets out and travels really well on her feet and legs. Wonderful design in that underline. I mean, this heifer is put together as good as you can put one together. She would be wonderful if she just was a little trimmer necked as far as for eye appeal. The heifer in second, man, I love the front end on this heifer. Tremendous amount of depth and spring of rib to this heifer. She also gets out and motors super good on her feet and legs. Gets this heifer beat. When you step back and analyze these heifers, this heifer is a tick shorter bodied. She runs downhill just a little bit from her hip down to her front end, just ever so slightly, and that's really close. Two excellent heifers on this top end. The heifer in third, man, another heifer that, I mean, any given day, this heifer wins this show. Super heifer. I love a lot of things about this heifer. I love her design. I love her type. When you get in behind and walk, she doesn't have quite the expression of muscle right through that stifle as the two heifers above her. You get to analyzing the heifers when you look at her feet. Her inside toes on both front feet are half the side of her outside toes. I'd like to even that out. That could be a problem. That's very hereditary. That can be bred on into the future. I'd like to fix that problem just a tick. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I'm being really critical on a super good heifer, but you got in a really good class. This young man's heifer that's coming in right here, this white heifer, man, this thing is really good. However, her being white in color and not having the hair that these others have out here today, when you line them up and get to analyzing them, she's a little coarser through that shoulder, a little harder made looking. But man, this is a really good heifer. You get some hair on this heifer on down the road, that thing's going to be way good. The next heifer in class, I mean, don't take anything away from this heifer. I like this heifer a lot. She just gets a little flatter and plainer when I get in behind her as comparison to those heifers above her. Doesn't have the overall pizzazz. Next heifer's a little rounder in her hip, not quite as good on her feet and legs as the ones right above her. Really stylish, really functional kind of a female. The next young lady's heifer gives up a little bit in terms of depth of body. Love the hip design and the hind leg on this heifer, just a little plainer in her overall right. The young lady's heifer that's coming behind here, really sound, functional kind of a female, just a little plainer out here in the show ring today in comparison to some of those on the top end. Excellent class. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Over in our Red Brahman Bull Show, we have a single entry in our first class, and the calf that comes to us that's green in his condition, serving every right on his age. He's a bull that you appreciate his substance of bone, his lines he's got in him. He's really got a clean prepubescent sheath on him, and we'll see how he does out here for our calf champion lineup.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, Class 10 of your Prospect Heifer Show. First place exhibited by Sierra Collins. Second place went to Caitlin Skiles. Third, Nalani Geyer. Fourth, Tate Bell. Fifth, exhibited by Turner Longacre. Sixth goes to Kinzer Scott. Seventh, Dry Creek Cattle. Eighth, Addison Hodge. Now in Ring 1 will be your final class of Prospect Heifers. After this class, we'll select a top 5 out of Division 2. We've gotten started in our Red Brahman Bull Show over here in Ring 2. First place out of Class 18 is going to go to back number 249, Clancy Abair, with Born on the Bayou 28. Next class in will be Class 19, Red Late Spring Bull Calves, born May 1st through June 30th.
out in our Red Brahman Bull Show, I think we're starting the class off the bull that just puts it all together. I think when you look at him in this class, he's a bull that's got a lot of natural muscle and thickness throughout. When we look at him, he's broad in that shoulder and has some angulation in it with a good hump placement. You like what you see as far as substance of bone and overall conformation in his sheath. The next bull is a bigger frame bull. I think a bull that's going to come on when you put him in a feed bucket a little longer. You like his substance of bone. He's really strong in that top today, but I think a bull that's his future's ahead of him when you get him in a feed bucket a little longer. The third place bull today is the most moderate bull in the lineup. He's a bull with some substance and style. I think today when we compare him, we just might want to give him the overall length and length of hip of the bulls in front of him today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Red Brahman Bull Show. First place of Class 19 will go to back number 275, AA Diamond Ranch with DADR, Mr. Achilles, 5/0. Second place goes to back number 274, Razorback Farms with RF Razors, Arliss, 7/0. And third place will go to back number 284, Dusick Cattle Services with Mr. LCC, Condigo, 148/0. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 20 Spring Bull Calves born April 1st through April 30th. We are going to bring in all of our single entries out of those last three classes, and we are going to select a champion and reserve champion, Red Brahman Bull Calf.
Out for our calf champion bull, we'll discuss all these out here in a lineup, and we'll select your calf and reserve calf. We start out with the first class. He's a single entry, like we said earlier. A calf that's green. He's a young calf that's just been weaned, and you can tell that he's got some good lines about him. I think the longer he's in the feed bucket, he'll explode out and really do good for the young lady because he's a bull with some substance and style about him. The bull we just talked in class, like I said, he's a deep-bodied bull. He's a bull you appreciate the overall ruggedness he has with him, but still yet confined and very refined individual when we see him. He's got good hump placement, a lot of breed character about him. We come to the next bull. He's a single entry, the largest frame bull out here in a lineup, a big rugged individual when we see him. Doesn't quite have some of the muscling of some of the other kids in front of him, but you like what you see. I think time will be better with this bull. Then you come to the next bull, a bull with some style about him and eye appeal. When you look at him today, he's strong in that top. I think a bull, when we look at him, you might just want to pull him down that flank just a bit and give him some more volume and capacity when we see him from the side view. But a good bull on all 4 points when we see him as far as what he brings to you, substance of bone. You come to the older bull to line up a bull that comes to us really strong in that top, a lot of length of body to him. He's got a good pre-puge about him. A bull that's very refined in that shoulder when we look at him. And you stand out here and look at these bulls, I think there's a lot of good things about two of them that you see that you can give and take and make them a better bull. For me today, the bull I'm going to use for your calf champion is going to be the bull out of Class 4, and for your reserve is going to be the bull out of Class 2.
Back over here on this side of the ring, really a nice heifer that kind of excels herself to the top of this class. Love this heifer's overall composite that she has. Her depth and springer rib, her functionality, yet she's ultra feminine. She's really good up through that front end, put together in a very nice package. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, man, this is a really good heifer in her own right. She's really soft on her feet and legs. She gets out and travels really well. Breaks in her loin just a tick. She's a little more open at the point of her shoulders than the heifer that wins the class. Very, very complete female. The young man's heifer coming in next is a heifer I really appreciate a lot of things about. I like the levelness of the design of this heifer. Gets maybe just a little straighter up through that front end, just very so slightly today. Doesn't have quite the stoutness of the heifer directly in front of her, but a heifer that you really appreciate the way she gets out and travels on her feet and legs and the length of spine that she possesses. Young man's heifer coming in next just gets a little plainer up through that front end. Doesn't have the overall style or pizzazz of the ones right above it, but very functional, very youthful, very attractive kind of a female. Young lady's heifer coming in next just doesn't have the overall depth of body when you view her from the side as those above her. Gets a little tighter in that forerib and just doesn't have, is a little tighter all the way through that center portion of her body in comparison to those above her. The red roan heifer coming in next is really a stout-ended kind of a female, a little rounder through her shoulders, breaks in her loin just a little bit, a little tighter bellied than those right above her. And the black one coming up next, I mean, this thing gets out and travels really well, just a little plainer fronted, a little plainer from end to end, out here in a really tough class. Excellent set of heifers. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, back over here in your Brahman ring, we have your calf champion in reserve results. Your champion is going to go to back number 297, Leah Tribideau, with CT Red Hot Rhino 17/0, and reserve champion is going to go to back number 275, Double A Diamond Ranch, with DADR Mr. Achilles 5/0. Now over here in your Brahman ring, we have class 25 is late summer yearling bulls, calved July 1st through August 31st. In your prospect heifer ring, your results from class 11. First place exhibited by McClay Gensi. Second place went to Ramy Yoakum. Third place exhibited by Carson Bailey. Fourth place was exhibited by Jackson Walker. Fifth place, Abby Viles. Sixth place, Amanda Shoemaker. And seventh place, Kylie Lemons. Now in ring one, we will be selecting your top 5 out of Division 2.
In this pair of Brahman bulls, we're going to use a bull that comes out that's the most massive, I think, in his overall muscle structure. You like what he brings to you, a complete bull, a bull when you look down that loin. He's got some width in the dimension down that loin. You like the hump placement he brings to you. I think he's just more of a combination package and fits up winning this class out of the 2 bulls. The bull in second is a larger frame bull than the bull in first. The bull, we appreciate the strength down that top when we see him. I think he has some substance of bone about him today. When we look and he doesn't balance out as well as the overall natural muscle and thickness as the bull that's winning the class today.
Well, congratulations over here in your red Brahman ring. First place in class 25 is going to go to back number 283, Herzog Cattle, with Mr. H.C. Axel 119/9. And second place goes to back number 279, Kimberly Cotter, with J.R. Sir Charles Manzo 151/9. Now in ring 2 will be class 26, red early summer yearling bulls, born May 1st through June 30th. Once again, back over here in ring 1, we are about to select your top 5 out of Division 2 in your Prospect Heifer Show.
A good pair of bulls that we have out. We're going to start the class off. The bull, I think, just really impressive when we see him. He comes to you with a lot of breed character about him. He's really smooth in that shoulder. He's strong in that hump placement when we see him. He's got some definition of muscling throughout. Just a deep-bodied individual with some boldness to rib about him. We'll see how he comes out for our division. The next bull that comes to us, a long-sided bull. I don't think he's as neat in his lines as a bull that wins the class, but a rugged individual that's got some substance of bone and style about him when we see him today. He just doesn't balance out as well as the bull that wins the class today.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. First place out of class 26 will go to back number 265, J&L Cattle Services with JLCS HB Mr. Skip Rhino 6/9. And second place goes to back number 278, Rich Cattle Company with JR Curious George Manso. Now in the ring, we'll select your champion and reserve champion intermediate bull out of your red Brahman show.
Out for our intermediate division bull, I think we've got three nice bulls out in this lineup. We've got a single entry, the youngest bull that comes out to us, a bull that comes to you that you see with a lot of depth of body about him. He's got some boldness about him when we look at him. You like the breed character in his head he has. He stands on some substance of bone and style about him. We come to the bull in the middle like we just discussed earlier, a bull with a lot of natural muscle and thickness throughout, width and dimension down that loin when we look at him today, and has some substance, and he really travels easy around the arena when he's on the move. Then we come to the dark bull that's in the older class of bull that when we look at him today, the longest body bull out in the lineup when you see him. He's got some length of neck about him when you see him. He's smooth in that shoulder. You like the substance and thickness that he brings to you in this lineup. I think when we sit back and look at these three as far as a standpoint of seeing give and take on a couple of them when we look at them, for me today the division champion is going to be your older bull. He'll be your division champion in this lineup. As we bring out that second place bull, we said he was a rugged made bull with a lot of substance of bone about him. I think a bull that really fits the pattern of our junior champion. He just doesn't quite have the length of body. He's going to be your bull in the middle. He'll be your reserve division.
Back over here in our prospect side of the ring, I'm really pleased with all 10 of these that we have out here. Very sound, very functional kind of cattle. Heifers that are going to go out and make awesome donor cows and whatever herd they're in. You know, if you want to go and use some of these heifers and produce herd bulls, there's the quality out here to do it. If you want to raise steers that are going to put on be really, really tough out in the show ring, some of these heifers could be mothers to that. Some of these heifers could go out, could flush them and raise phenomenal females out of them. Man, I'm really proud of the lineup that I have from end to end, the quality, the depth of body. I mean, just really, really impressed with these cattle that showed up today. Excellent division. If you'd give these exhibitors a round of applause, I'll go select the 5 that I like.
Well, congratulations back over here in your Brahman ring. Your intermediate champion went to back number 265, and reserve went to back number 283. Now over here in the Brahman ring, we'll look for class 28 late junior yearling bulls. Well, congratulations. Your champion out of Division 2 is going to go to McClay Genesee. Second place in that class exhibited by Ramy Yoakum. Reserve champion Division 2 is going to go to Finley Yoakum. Second place out of Finley's class, exhibited by Sadie Wynn. Third overall out of Division 2 is going to be exhibited by Sierra Collins. Second place in Sierra's class exhibited by Caitlin Skiles. Fourth overall will go to Caitlin Skiles coming out of Class 10. Third place in Caitlin's class exhibited by Nalani Geyer. And fifth overall out of Division 2 is going to go to Nalani Geyer, Robinson, Illinois. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors out of Division 2 in your Prospects Heifer Show. At this time, we're going to bring in our top 5 Division 1 and Division 2 to select a top 5 overall Prospect Heifers here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Over in our Brahman ring, we have 2 single entries out for the junior division champion. We'll talk the youngest bull, a bull that comes to you. Really a nice made bull, a bull with a lot of boldness and eternal dimension to him. And mass, when you look at him, he's got good hump placement and breed character about him. He's got some substance and bonus style. He's not going to be the largest bull you'll ever have, but he's a good moderate type bull. We just like to clean him up in that sheath just a bit. We come to the older bull, the larger frame bull. He's a bull with a lot of length of body and style. You like the length of hip to him. I think he gives up some of the muscle and overall thickness of the other bull. Today I'm going to use the younger bull for your division and the older bull for your reserve division.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. Your junior champion's going to go to back number 271, Razorback Farms with CT Smokin' Max, 11 over 9. And reserve champion will go to back number 277, Rich Cattle Company with JR Big John Manso. Now in the ring, we'll bring in your late senior yearling bulls, your age summer bulls, and your age spring bulls to select a champion and reserve senior bull. Back over here in your Prospect Heifer ring, we are bringing in your top 5 out of Division 1 and Division 2 to select a top 5 overall Prospect Heifers. Coming out of Division 2, champion in Division 2 was McClay Genesee. Reserve in Division 2 exhibited by Finley Yoakum. And then coming out of Division 1, your champion in Division 1 exhibited by Reagan Wilborn, and reserve was exhibited by Lauren Ost.
Over in our Red Bull senior champions, we have 3 single entries out here, and we'll discuss each one and select your senior and reserve seniors, starting off with the youngest bull, a bull that comes to you. He's a bull that's got some substance about him. When we look at him, I think he's a bull you just like to see him a little stronger across that top and give him some length of body, but a bull that's good in his own right. Then you come to the bull in the middle, a bull that comes to us with a lot of natural muscle and thickness throughout. When you see him, if I could change up anything, I just might want to see some more extension of body and a little larger frame when we see him today, but a good bull with a lot of muscle and thickness throughout. We come to the oldest bull in the lineup. He's a bull that's really classy and smooth shoulder. When we see him, he's got some length of neck about him. He's strong in that top line and brings some balance and style to him. You sit back and look at these bulls. I think there's some bulls out here that you really appreciate. There's 2 bulls that really fit each other quite easily. For me, the senior champion is going to be the older bull, and the bull in the middle will be your reserve senior.
over here in the ring for our champion prospect female. Man, we've had a wonderful show today. We've had 11 classes, and it's been 8 to 10 deep in any class, and any one of those animals could have been out here. I'm really impressed with the lineup that we have, especially these two grand and reserve divisions out here. I'm really impressed with them. Very sound, very functional, good cattle. When we're out here evaluating cattle, we just need to be sure we use good ones all day long. It doesn't matter if they're the prettiest. I mean, they just need to be complete and good ones. I feel like there was plenty of them for me. I know some of you in the audience are probably prejudiced and think I didn't choose the right one, but this is all personal preference when we get out here, and you have the right to have your own opinion. Also, I'd like to thank all the volunteers and all the people that have put this show on here at the first Cattle Congress. I was here to judge the Supreme Junior Female show the other night, and man, they had a wonderful lineup. I mean, they've had lots of cattle. I've heard nothing but good things about it. The governor came the other night and gave a little speech. I mean, those of you that are here in Oklahoma that have been behind this, that have helped put this together, I mean, you got things going the right way. While all these other shows in the country are coward and backing down to this pandemic, I mean, you went and did what was best for the agriculture, what was best for the cattle industry. You put things together in a safe environment here. You did things where all these exhibitors had a chance to get out and exhibit their cattle, showcase their genetics, and my hat's off to you, and let's everybody give them a big round of applause.
Over on our Brahman side, we have our Grand Champion Red Bull lineup. We start off with our calf division. I like that we said earlier, a bull that really got some youthfulness to him. He's a bull that's got a lot of potential about him. He's good in his lines. He's just a bull. Like I said earlier, we'll drop down that flank just a bit more, give him some more volume, but hopefully that'll come with age. Then you come to the bull in the intermediate division with a lot of breed character, with some length of neck about him, a bull that's got a powerful top in him. He's got some boldness about him. When you look at that Springer rib he stands on some substance of bone, really free and easy on the structure when we see him on the move. You come to the next bull in the lineup, the junior bull, a bull that brings some moderation out here when you see him. He's not going to be the biggest bull in the lineup ever, but a bull that brings a lot of good qualities to him. And like I said earlier, I like to probably clean him up in that sheath just a bit. You come to the older bull, a bull that's got a strong top in him when we look at him today. He's really a smooth-shouldered bull when we sit back and look at him, with a lot of muscle and thickness throughout when we sit out and look at these bulls. You sit back, and I think when we look at these animals, I think there's some bulls you get some give and take, and you would like to change up a bit, but for overall, there's some good confirmation out here when we look at these cattle and some of the red Brahman cattle. And today, for me, the one that puts it all together is going to be your senior champion. He'll be your champion Red Bull. We bring out that reserve senior bull that's got a lot of muscle and thickness throughout. I think a bull that really sets a performance. I think when you look at him as following a pattern with that grand champion bull today, and the bull I like the more I look at him is going to be that intermediate division. He's going to be your reserve grand. Congratulations to you, everyone.
Well, congratulations over here in your prospect heifer ring. Your champion is going to go to McClade Jency. Reserve champion is going to go to Finley Yoakum. Third overall goes to Sierra Collins. Your judge now is selecting his fourth overall prospect heifer. Fourth overall is exhibited by Caitlin Skiles. And your fifth overall prospect heifer is going to go to Reagan Wilborn. Once again, congratulations to all of our prospect heifer exhibitors. We are going to start over here in ring one with your junior miniature Hereford show in just a little bit. Who is reserve over here? Who is reserve over here?
I'm almost 100% sure it's this.
265?
No. 271.
He said intermediate, 271.
Oh, intermediate. Okay, yeah, intermediate. You're right.
What? 265.
It's true. What's gonna start up?
And over here in your Brahman show, your grand champion Red Brahman Bull is back number 282 coming out of your senior division. That'll be Herzog Cattle with Mr. CBR 667 over 8. And reserve champion went to your intermediate bull, back number 265, exhibited by J&L Cattle Services with JLCS HB Mr. Skip Rhino 6 over 9. We are now going right into your gray bull show over here in ring 2.
In our first class of gray bulls, we're going to start the class off with the young man's the dark pigment bull, a bull that you appreciate. He's a deep-sided individual. He's a bull, when you look at him, he's got a neat head, neck, and shoulder on him with a lot of breed character about him when we see that, and a good muzzle on him when you look at that nose structure he has. We come the bull in second. The bull has got some good lines on him. He's a little greener in his overall condition today, but a bull you like from his overall length of body that he's got. I'd just like to see a little more weight per day of age on him, but that'll come in time.
Well, congratulations over here, and a good way to start out our Gray Brahman Bull Show. First place will go to back number 293, Carson Rabb with Mr. Gary Stewart. And second place will go to back number 291, J.C. Schultz with Mr. President SF. Now over here in ring 2 will be Class 19, Gray Late Spring Bull Calves, born May 1st through June 30th.
In this class of gray bulls, I think we've got a stout-made bull from the ground up to win this class. He's a bull that comes with a lot of performance. You like the substance of bone he's got, the width and dimension down that loin. He comes back with some natural muscle and thickness down that lower hindquarter. Just a good bull to win that class. Then you switch up types and kinds of the bull that comes in second. A bull that's got a rugged-made individual. When we look at him, he's got some good lines about him. I think when he matures out, you're really going to be an impressive bull when you look at him when he's on feet a little longer. The blue bull that comes in third, the largest frame bull in the class. I think a bull, you see him today, he's got some good lines about him. He just doesn't quite have the overall balance and style of the bulls above him today. You come in with the fourth place bull today, a bull that comes to us that's just green in his condition. He's got another bull with some good lines about him. I just like to see him a little stronger behind that hump when you see him on the move today. But a set of good bulls from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2. Results of class 19. First place goes to back number 285, Bullseye Ranch, with Mr. BER Quincy, 714. Second place, it went to back number 261, Hagen Bullion, with Mr. SNS Cash, 432 over 0. Third place goes to back number 300, exhibited by Bob Morris, with Mr. Black Gold Boomer, 112 over 0. And fourth place goes back number 290, J.C. Schultz, with Mr. J.S. Encore, 937 over 0. Now over here in ring 2, we'll have class 20 spring bull calves born April 1st through April 30th. Once again, over here in ring 1, we're going to get started with your junior miniature Hereford show here in just a few moments.
In this class of gray Brahman bulls, I think your top pair are two good bulls. The bull we're starting off the class with, he's not going to be the biggest bull ever, but the most complete and balanced when we look at him in this class of bulls today. He's got a lot of good structure about him when you see him. He's got some red meat from end to end. When we look at him today, he's got good width and dimension down that loin and boldness of rib about him. You come to the second place bull, the largest frame bull in the class. He's a bull that has some substance of bone about him. I think today when you look at him compared to that first place bull, he just doesn't quite balance out as well as a bull that's winning the class today. Then we come to another bull, a neat made bull. I think a bull with some good lines about him. When we look at him on the side view today, comparing to others, we just like to see some more length of side about him today to go any higher. We come to the bull in fourth today. He's a bull that if it's a bull today that we look at today is a bull that's got a lot of structure about him when we see him. He's clean in his lines. He's a bull with some substance of bone about him. But a bull today, you just like to see more muscle and thickness throughout. The next bull that comes to us today is a large frame bull. I think a bull today, I just would like to see more red meat from end to end to compete any higher.
Well, congratulations over here in Class 20 in your gray Brahman Bull Show. First place will go to back number 272, Razorback Farms with Butler's Pulled Co. 3/0. Second place will go to back number 251, Bethlehem Bishop with IS Mr. Asher 257. Third place goes to back number 299, exhibited by Bob Boris. Fourth place will go to back number 300, Bradley Morris. In fifth place will go to back number 292, J.C. Schultz. Now over here in ring 2 will be Class 21, Gray Brahman late junior bull calves, born March 1st through March 31st.
In this glass of gray Brahman bulls, I think these bulls pair up quite easily. The two dark pigment bulls, the bull that wins the class, a bull that you do appreciate when he comes out at you with the substance of bone. He's got some breed character about him and the balance he brings to us today. It's just a very neat bull when we look at him in his class of bulls. We come to the next bull, a bull that just doesn't quite have the natural muscling and thickness as the bull that's winning the class, but a bull that's got some eye appeal. He's got some good lines about him, just doesn't quite have the muscle and thickness in that lower hind quarter. We come to a larger frame bull today. I think when we look at him, just doesn't quite balance out as easy as the bulls in front of him. He's a larger frame made bull and long-sided individual. We come up next with the gray bull that comes to us. He's a bull that's strong in that top. When you look at him, he kind of want to dissipate when you look at him on that rear view on that hind quarter. Another bull that comes to us, a more moderate type individual, a bull that's got some length of side. I just like to see more muscle and thickness and a little more structurally correct on those hind legs when it's up underneath him.
Well, congratulations over here in ring 2, Class 21. First place will go to back number 286, Bullseye Ranch with Mr. BER Roosevelt 706. Second place went to back number 289, Bullseye Ranch, with Mr. BER Truman 704. Third place went to back number 252, V8 Ranch, with Mr. V8 903 over 8. Fourth place went to back number 298, exhibited by Leah Tribideau, with CT Sugar Creta 45 over 0. Fifth place exhibited by 258, Wyatt Kreutzer. Now in the ring will be Class 22 Early Grade Junior Bull Calves, born January 1st through February 28th. After this class, we will be selecting your calf division champion and reserve.
Good pair of bulls in this gray bull class. I think we're going to start the class off with really a neat individual that comes to us. He's a bull with some depth of body about him. He's got some mass and muscling about him. You like his head, neck, and shoulder and the breed character he brings to us and the overall pigmentation. We come to the next bull, a straight line bull. When we look at him, when we compare him to the other bull today, he doesn't quite have the overall boldness and capacity of the other bull, but a good bull with some good lines about him.
Well, congratulations over here in your gray Brahman ring. First place went to back number 281, Walters Livestock, and second to 257, V8 Ranch. We'll now be selecting your champion and reserve champion, bull calf, out of your gray Brahman ring. Well, for those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, over here in Ring 1, we are about ready to get started with our Junior Miniature Hereford Show. Your judges today are Mr. Bob and Lauren May of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. First class in the ring will be Class 1A, Fall Junior Heifer Calves, born July through December 31st.
Over in our Brahman ring, we're selecting our calf champion bull, and I think we have some nice bulls out in this lineup. We talked the youngest bull in the lineup. He was a show with a cow-calf pair, and I think a good baby when you look at him. He's got a lot of muscle and thickness and balance to him. Like I said earlier, you really like the head, neck, and shoulder on that young bull, and I think he's going to be a powerful young bull for the young man. We come to the next out of Class 2, a bull that comes to us, got some length about him. He's got some depth of body and some boldness of rib to him when we see him, and some substance of bone. We come to the next next bull in the lineup, a big, thick bull. When we look at him today, he's got a massive top in him when you look at him, and a bull that's got a good and adequate sheath about him. We come to the next dark pigment bull in the lineup. He's a bull that's got some balance and style to him and some hindquarter when we look at him, and you like the pigmentation that he brings to you and the breed character. You come to the oldest bull, a bull that's got a lot of length aside to him. He's got some good hunt placement about him. He's strong in that top. He's a bull that's got some substance about him when we look at him, and just a bull when you get behind him, he doesn't disappoint either. I think there's two bulls that really complement each other. At this time, we'll select your calf champion, and that'll be the older bull will be your calf champion. We'll pull in that bull in second place in that class.
So over here on the mini Hereford side, I guess I just hope what I'd say about this heifer and this young lady showing her, I hope this is indicative of what we're going to see all day, because that is one powerful way to start your show out. This is a little October baby. I'll tell you about her attributes that I think are outstanding. She's tremendous off that back wheel. She's got good flex to her hock. She's long pastern. She's good footed. Those front feet go north and south. Really, really good in her top line. She's a heifer, in my opinion. If we can keep her fresh enough in the top of her crest and going forward of her shoulder, that is a really, really nice heifer. That young lady does an outstanding job showing her. Awesome way to start this show. It makes it easy when you got one that good to look at.
And out of Class 1A over here in your miniature Hereford show, first place to go to back number 401, Addison Poe with Poe Miss Mighty Sky 2. Now in the ring will be Class 1B, Fall Junior Heifer Calves.
Out in this class of gray Brahman bulls, I mean, three good bulls from top to bottom. You could do either what you wanted to, depending on judging. I like all three of these bulls, but I think a bull that really comes to the top when you look at the overwhelming of natural muscle and thickness and the structure he's got is going to be the bull that wins the class. You like his substance of bone. He's big-footed. He's got a good hump placement about him. Just a neat-made individual when we look at him. You come to the bull in second place, another good bull, strong in that top. He's got some substance about him and style. I think he's lacking when you get back in him and look at that lower hind quarter. He doesn't quite drop down that lower 1/3 like the bull that wins the class, but two powerful bulls. The black bull that pulls up, he has his place. If you're looking for a breeding bull and do something different with, I like this bull. He's got some length of side about him. He's got some depth of body about him when we see him. He's strong in that top, but today he's just giving up some overall structure of the bulls in front of him, but a good breeding piece, a good bulls from top to bottom.
Well, over here in your Brahman ring, we have the results of your calf division. Your champion calf is going to go to back number 281, Walters Livestock with BRC, Miss Jumanji 67. And reserve champion in the calf division is going to go to back number 286. 286 was exhibited by Bullseye Ranch with Mr. BER Roosevelt 706. Results out of Class 26 over here in your gray Brahman Bull Show. First place goes to back number 294, Joyce Custom Fitters with Mr. Bar D MN Ghost Rider. Second place went to back number 267, Evenly Nietzsche with Mr. Manso sank 15 over 9. And third place will go to back number 264, J&L Cattle Services with Mr. MCC pulled smoke 14 over 9. We'll now be selecting your champion and reserve champion intermediate division.
We've got a really nice trio of heifers. We've got a September baby and a couple August. I'm gonna start with the combination heifer in this class. There's certainly some different types and kinds in this class. I'm gonna project this heifer out as being really good as we go forward with this heifer. I love her elongated front end. I like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's really, really good footed. She's a heifer, when I view her at the ground, she wins this class quite handily, quite honestly. She's big footed, pretty much straight north and south on those fronts. I love the angle to her hock. I love when we put her in motion, how sound she is, and I want to project these cattle out as we go forward with them and make them into big cattle. So yes, she doesn't have quite as much performance. She's a little greener in her overall condition. Love her from hooks to pins. Really, really nice heifer. She is the combination heifer of the trio, in my opinion. The big muscled heifer is my second place heifer. She's a heifer that has a tremendous amount of top and a tremendous amount of hip. Now in my world, I'd like to set her up in her pins just ever so slightly. Young man, and my daughter Lauren is with me today. She's not actually helping place the cattle, but I wanted her to be here. I figured we'd see a lot of young kids today, and maybe she could coach a little bit and help their project going forward. This heifer here, the fact that she gets a little down in her pins, I'd like to see that young man maybe put that top down when he parks her and level that up a little bit. She isn't quite as comfortable at the ground as the heifer that beats her in this class. The young lady coming out now with the baby September heifer, really, really a good heifer. She's really good in her lines. When she gets her park, she gets a little straighter in the angle of her front shoulder. She gets a little close at the knee and a little out on that front end. I like the way she goes off those back too. Just a really nice trio of heifers. Even though there was only three, none of them really matched up in type and kind, but really good in their own kind.
Over in our Brahman ring, we'll discuss these singles, and we'll select your intermediate division. Our first class of singles, the youngest class, a bull that comes to us. He's a bull that's got some good lines about him. When you look at him, he's a bull you might want to see more muscle and thickness when we compare him to some of the other bulls out here. You come to the bull in the middle, a big, soggy bull that you see, a bull that's got some depth of body and barrel about him. When you look at him, he's really got a neat head, neck, and placement about that hump when you see him today, and stands on a good set of feet and legs. You come to the next bull in the lineup, the older bull that we just discussed. He was a bull that took that class just with his overall volume and capacity that he has. He's a bull that's very structurally sound when you see him on the move, and for me today, he'll be your division champion.
Your division champion over here in your intermediate division will go to back number 294, exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters. Second place out of that class goes to back number 267.
We bring in that second place another bull that's a big volumed individual bull. You just might want to put that front end under him just a bit more when you see him on the move. For me today, a bull that really fits the division champion is going to be the bull in the middle. He'll be your reserve division.
And your reserve champion bull over here in your intermediate division is going to go to back number 287, exhibited by Bullseye Ranch with Mr. B.R. Jefferson, 664. Now in ring 2, we'll bring in class 28 gray late junior yearling bulls, born March 1st through March 31st. Back on your mini Hereford ring, we have the results of class 1B. First place went to back number 405, Hunter Harris, with M and JG Kate, 820. Second place went to back number 404, exhibited by Hudson Harris, with HSC Keels Coco, 090120. And third place in that class will go to back number 404, Claire Christensen with CX3 Champs Cupcake. Now over here in ring 1, we have class 1C, your final class before we select our champion in reserve fall junior heifer calves.
So again, folks, I'll probably sound a little bit redundant in that talking about what a nice class it is, and this is no exception here. We've got an outstanding heifer to start this class with. She's got all the lines. She's real fresh and feminine up through her front 1/3, really good through the center part of her body. When they put this heifer in motion today anyway, as a young baby, she flexes that hock good enough. She goes, she fills her stride. Now going forward, if we can keep that hock fluid enough and keep her reaching like she does today, that's an outstanding heifer to be represented in this class. I think the angle to her shoulder, coming from the top of her shoulder to the ground, is just a tick straight. That's being critical of a really, really nice one. This young lady does an awesome job. Congratulations. Very good job. The heifer in second, she doesn't give up a lot of ground to the heifer that beats her in this class. She's really elongated in her hip. She's level in her hip. She's a heifer that reaches good off that back wheel. She's real extended up through her front. I don't think she's quite as good carrying back into her flank. I'd like to see a little more true explosion there. And I know we're looking at babies, but as I compare her to the heifer that beats her, I think I have to mention that to justify why she goes second instead of first. She doesn't give up a lot of ground to that heifer. That's an outstanding heifer. Front feet go north and south. She's a big-footed heifer. She's long past her. Nice heifer. The heifer that comes in third, she's just a tick shorter bodied heifer than the two that precede her in this class. She shortens up in her hip just ever so slightly, but that's good cattle. I like the explosion to her rib. I like the way she drops down in her belly. She's a heifer, like I said, she just short couples up just a little more to get her any higher today. And when we put her in motion, I'd like to see her a little more truly relaxed at the ground. She gets just a little tentative as she gets out and goes, wants to get up on those ankles. If I could drop her down in her twist just ever so slightly, I'd probably take that opportunity. This young lady, the longer she's out here, the better job she did. I want her to probably work a little harder keeping that head up to give me a little better look. And I'm not scolding anybody. I guess the fact that I do fitting clinics and stuff, I like to try and make the next outing for these kids. As a parent, what I would like to see you do is readjust that halter on that heifer. It's down around her nose a little, and that makes that heifer fight her a little. So maybe get that halter. But young lady did an awesome job.
Over in our Brahman bull side, I think the bull we're starting with is a bull that puts everything in one package in this class. He's the most complete bull when you look at him. He's the most structurally sound bull when we look at him today. He's strong in that top when you see the balance he brings to you. You like the natural muscle and thickness he brings to us in this class of bulls. I just think he puts it all together as far as structure and as far as movement around the ring. The bull that comes to us is really a big, massive boned individual. A bull you like when you see him on a standstill. I think when you see him start to move, he kind of wants to open up in that front end just a bit. bit and get out on that front end when you see him. But you like the bone he brings to you. You like the overall muscle and thickness he has. The bull that comes to us in third place is really a good line bull. He's got some good lines about him. He's a bull today I just like to break down in that flank and give him some more volume and mass like the other bulls above him. The largest frame bull in the class today, a bull you like to just change up on his structure on his feet when you look at him and drop him down and give him a little more mass and dimension throughout in this class.
Well, we have the results from our Brahman ring. Class 28, first place went to back number 296, Leah Tribideau. Second went to back number 266, J&L Cattle Services. Third place exhibited by V8 Ranch, and fourth place exhibited by Bullseye Ranch. We are now going to be selecting your champion and reserve out of your junior division over here in your Gray Brahman show.
So over here on our mini side, the little lady that comes in a single entry class, as I talked to her in class, and I meant it when I said it, that is an outstanding heifer. She's a heifer that's really good in her lines. She's good and she's stout from hooks to pins, and still shows some performance as she goes forward. Good enough through the center part of her body. I love the running gear under this heifer. She excels the other heifers in this drive. If you want a single trait on running gear, she's got that part covered really well. My concern for this heifer going forward, and I hope for the young lady's sake that I'm wrong, if we can keep her fresh enough up through her front 1/3. She's just a little crestier necked, and I'm just calling them as I see them. If anyone thinks I'm being overly critical, I guess I'll take that option when you're on the drive home. If you think I'm being a little critical, I'm not trying to be critical. I just want you to know to justify how I'm placing them the way the eyes God gave me, what I'm seeing. So I love her running gear. I love her overall look. Just a really good heifer. If we can keep her fresh enough up through that front 1/3 for the rest of her career, that's a really, really good heifer. The young man that comes out of the second class, as I talked to her in class, she was the combination heifer in that class. There was 3 heifers in that class, 3 different types and kinds to be sure, and I admit that going in. Big-footed, soft pastern, just a really, really nice heifer. If I could pull her down in her flank just ever so slightly, and young man, I want you to keep that head a little. I can tell you're strong, so I want you to keep that head up, okay? Okay, and then the young lady that comes out with this really sharp, attractive heifer that comes out of the third class, just really, really attractive. A heifer that shows really good, a heifer that's really feminine and long, elongated up through her front 1/3, really good in her top line, good from hooks to pins. As I stated in class, this heifer here, she gets just ever so slightly a little tight in her hock, but it's certainly not enough. She reaches her stride going forward. I guess I would say 2 things. As I commented about the heifer out of the first class, if we can keep that neck fresh enough going forward, that one's going to have a stellar show career. And the one that comes out of the third class, if we can keep that heifer going on her running gear good enough, I think that's one outstanding pair. If you'll indulge me, I'm going to walk these 3 one more time, and then we'll make our selection.
Over in your Brahman ring, we have 2 bulls out here. We'll discuss each bull and select your junior reserve. We go with the youngest bull like we just talked. He was a bull that was a combination in that class. He put everything together as far as structure and balance and style in that class when we looked at him, and he came out to win that class. Then we come with the single entry bull, a bull that you really appreciate the width and dimension down that loin he brings to us. He's a bull that's really a deep-bodied bull with some balance and style and a lot of breed character about him. We sit back and analyze these 2 bulls. I think there's a lot of good qualities in each, but one bull really takes this division for me, and I do appreciate what he brings to us as far as breed character and his overall hump placement that he has. And it's going to be the older bull be your grand, the younger bull be your reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in your Gray Brahman ring. Your champion junior bull is going to go to back number 255, exhibited by V8 Ranch, and reserve champion will go to back number 291, Leah Thibodeau. Now over here in your Brahman ring, we're going to bring in Class 31 Gray Aged Summer Bulls, May 1st through August 31st, 2018. Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring. Your champion fall junior heifer calf will go to back number 401, Addison Poe. And reserve champion will go to back number 408, Brooke Fuss. Now in the ring will be Class 2A Summer Junior Heifer calves born May 1st through June 30th.
In this pair of bulls, I think we have two different types of bulls out in this lineup. We're going to start the class off with a bull you have to appreciate for what he brings to you as far as overall extension of spine. He's a bull that's got some length to him. He's got some length from his hooks to his pins. He's a bull that just really, when you appreciate what he brings to you, his overall style and balance. The other bull that comes to us is a bull that doesn't quite have the overall length. You just like to pull him out a bit more, make him a little cleaner for that dewlap. He gets a little heavier in that front end today to compete with the bull that wins the class.
Well, congratulations over here in your Brahman ring. Class 31, first place is going to go to back number 268. Avonlea Nietzsche with box R, Mr. CC 154/8. In second place, we'll go to back number 302, Mauricio Rodriguez with FH Mr. Steel 818. Now over here in your Brahman ring will be Class 32 Gray Age Spring Bulls, calved January 1st through April 30th, 2018.
A good trio of gray Brahman bulls that we have out. I think the bull that starts the class is really a tremendous bull when you look at him. He's strong in that top line, got the length from his hooks to his pins, good hump placement, a lot of breed character when you look at him. And when you talk about the standard of excellence, you see it in that bull when you see the pigmentation and the power he brings. The bull in second place is a good deep-bodied individual when you see him. He's a bull that just doesn't quite have the overall style and balance of the bull that's winning the class today. He's a bull you appreciate what he brings to you as far as hind quarter and depth. the red bull that's coming up in the third place in the class today is a bull that's modern, his overall kind, just doesn't quite have the overall length and extension, but a bull that's got a lot of red meat in it from end to end.
So we got a really nice class of 3 here, and with that being said, the heifer that wins this class, many attributes that she brings to the table that I think are outstanding. Love her overall body mass, the shape to her barrel. She's a heifer that's flat enough in her shoulder for the power she possesses. She's big-footed, she's long pasture, and she's real sound. I love her reach. Now, my concern for her and the second place heifer as we go forward at the, their younger heifers is if we can keep them fresh enough in their front 1/3. We got a little chest starting to accumulate on both these heifers. I'd like to freshen both these heifers up in the crest of their neck. But what separates her from the second place heifer, at least in my mind, while I admire all those things about her, is she's so good from her hooks to her pins. There's so much true mass there. She's massive. She's got a lot of product under the hide, but she's still feminine. If we can trim her up, maybe slow her down just a little, she's getting a little more mature in her overall condition, maybe than what I think's optimum at this stage of the game. But man, she brings so many good things to the table, and in my mind anyway, she has to win this class quite handily. The young man with a really good heifer that comes in second. What gets you in trouble as far as going first in this class, you got a really good heifer, young man, and you're doing a better job of holding that head up, because I remember you from the last class, and you're doing better. At any rate, what gets you in a little trouble to try to beat the heifer that beats you, you're equally as good from your loin forward. I love your rib shape, your rib depth, okay? You're both got a little more chest than maybe I think's desirable, but what the separating factors on your heifer and the heifer that beats you are from hooks to pins. I wish there was more true power there. Your heifer gets a little narrow in her pins and a little down in her pins, okay? Now, let me tell you what I think is absolutely awesome about your heifer. She's huge-footed, she's long pasture, and she's really good in her stride. She's good and flexible at her ankles. You got you a really, really good heifer. I just want you to understand why I put you in second instead of first, okay? The young man with the heifer that comes out in third. A heifer that got in some pretty deep water in this class. She's a heifer as I view her. This heifer's got a tremendous amount of true muscle shape in her top and out in her hip. If I can change her to get her up higher today, I got to soften her up in her body. I want her to drop down in her flank. I want to give her a little more true explosion in her rib and a little more depth of body. And then I want to pick her up in her pin set. But she's sound, she's good enough and feminine up through her front 1/3. All 3 of these cattle shared a commonality, and they're really big-footed, sound-footed kind of cattle. And I appreciate that about any breed of cattle. Really nice heifer. I got to soften her up just a little to get her any higher in this class of 3.
Over in our gray Brahman ring, we're going for senior champion bull. We'll discuss these bulls and we'll select your senior reserve. We come out with a single entry, a nice bull that comes to us. Is modern, is top in kind. He's a bull that's got some length and style about him when we see him. He's long from his hooks to his pins when we look at him, and just a good bull when we see him and what he brings to us out here for senior champion. Then we come to the bull in the middle that we just discussed. He's a long-bodied bull in that class. He's a bull that's got some depth of side about him. He's a neat-fronted individual when we get to see him on the standpoint. And the bull we just talked about that was in the last class, a bull that comes to us strong in that loin. He's got the pigmentation you like. He's a bull that's really easy on his top and kind, and when you see him on the move, very functional throughout when we see him about that, and just brings a lot of quality out here when we see him as far as breed character and overall performance. And for me today, the older bull is going to be your senior champion.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior bull is going to go to V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 322/8. Second place out of that class also exhibited by V8 Ranch. And your reserve champion senior bull is going to go to back number 250, Bethlehem Bishop, with IS Mr. Weeks 137. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now bring in all of your champion and reserve Brahman bulls to select a grand and reserve gray Brahman bull.
So in this class of May heifers, for the benefit of those of you in the stand watching, we decided to just leave them here since we've only got a pair of them. We wanted to have you get a better view of what we got to look at. We're going to leave this pair of heifers as they came to us. The heifer that starts, both these heifers got a lot of inner dimension. You know, when I talk about that, we're going to want to keep them feminine, but I do appreciate cattle that got some true dimension and shape to them. We certainly don't want them to look terminal, and we don't want them to look steery, if you will. But this heifer's got a lot going for her. She's got a lot of power in her top. She's good out in her hip. She's a real good boned heifer. Where she separates from the second place heifer, in my opinion, as I view them against each other, that's to take nothing away from this young man's heifer in second. They're just not as much true heifer there. She's a heifer that's not quite as tidy down in her throat latch as the heifer that goes first in this class. Maybe gives up a little bone work. And again, when we talk about bone, I don't want to go overboard on bone. I mean, if you go overboard on bone, I think you get to the point where you end up with some joint problems. So I'm not certainly calling her fine bone. I'm just comparing her to the heifer that beats her in this class. Really nice pair of May heifers to represent that age group.
Well, congratulations over here in your miniature Hereford ring, Class 2B. First place goes to back number 415, exhibited by Harley Holman, and second place went to Will Tucker. Back in Class 2A, the results: first place were Addison Poe, second exhibited by Hudson Harris, and third exhibited by Sutton Stelzer.
Over in our gray Brahman ring, we wrap up our show today, and I just want to thank a big thank you for the Oklahoma Cattlemen's Congress for inviting the Brahman breed to come exhibit here. I think it's been a unique experience. It's really been a neat show, and we appreciate, as far as the Brahman Association, for our invitation, with Fort Worth being canceled this year, and that was my open show to judge, and the show committee said, hey, we're going to put you in Oklahoma City, and it's indeed been a joy, and a really thank you, and just the invitation to come up and the hospitality. Y'all been wonderful to it, and I know the breeders appreciate it. We come back and look at the cattle that we have out here. I think 4 tremendous bulls. When you go out and judge cattle, a lot of y'all are judges. You go out and you pick the best ones, and the ones you would take to utilize in your herd, and I think out here you have those. They're cattle with a lot of substance of bone. They're the cattle that show breed character, and that's one thing we have to keep in our breed, and we have to remember performance, and I think we have that out here with these cattle from the reds and grays earlier today, and the heifer and the red bull show. But at this time, we're not going to talk each one. We've done talked to every one of them, but there is every bull out here you could take home with you, but there are 2 bulls that really stick in my mind, and I appreciate. At this time, we'll select your grand reserve. Again, thank all of y'all that were involved with the Oklahoma Cattlemen's Congress. Thank Joe Mass for all your help, and Morgan Thomas back there, our other boss in the Brahman Association. Thank both of you for all you do. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion, Gray Brahman Bull, here at the Cattlemen's Congress, goes to back number 253, exhibited by V8 Ranch with Mr. V8 322-8.
So this heifer puts me in the mind of how we started the morning out in a single entry, and a darn good one at that. Just really, really complete. Soft enough in the middle part of her body. She lays nice and feminine in her shoulder. She extends nice out through her front end. She's not the biggest footed heifer that I've seen come out here today, but she's got a real nice constructed foot. She's a heifer, and I'm not going to lie to you. Whenever these cattle fight a halter like this heifer's fighting, you can't tell exactly, so I'm going to admit that to you. I want to see her back out here with some of her peers and see, when she's following other cattle, how she does at the ground. Lauren and I visited about that a little bit, and I'm curious to see, when she wants to go and be a show heifer, how she goes at the ground. But man, there's a lot of attributes about this heifer you gotta love. She's nice-headed, flat-shouldered, comes out high out of the point of her shoulder. She's good and level in her top. That's really, really a nice heifer you got there, young man. Really good heifer.
Well, your reserve champion, Gray Brahman Bull, over here in ring 2 was exhibited by Joyce Custom Fitters with Mr. Bar D, MN Ghost Rider. Once again, congratulations to all of our Brahman exhibitors. We are going to get started over here in ring 2 in just a few minutes with our open Brayford show. Back over here in your miniature Hereford ring, we have the results out of Class 2C Summer Junior Heifer Calves. First place was exhibited by Colt Berkheimer with FSC Minnie Mouse 001 HET. We are now going to select your champion reserve Summer Junior Heifer Calves.
So just quickly, we'll talk about these three heifers, the respective class winners. The deep red